ezahlala phansi zadibana kungelula zaqulunqa ukufoma lo mbutho iPOPCRU. The founder leaders, ndibulise the former leaders of POPCRU ezikhoyo namhlanje. Ndikhahlele ndibulise uDeputy Minister we-Justice kwi-Correctional Services, Nkosi uphathekile Wolomisa. Ndoyika ukhahlela kanti akumelezekanga mandiyekele kube kufanele babakhahlele. Ndibulise the leaders of government departments ezikhoyo namhlanje ne-entities apho iPOPCRU organizer khona. Our Cuban ambassador to South Africa, His Excellency Comrade Rudolph Versen and Councillor Rebecca. Ndibulise leadership yePhudemo khokelwa nguComrade uBandile. Mandibulise ndikhahlele kwaye ukuba ngumongameli wePhudemo. Ndicinga into yoba ngaba mhlawumbi he was given an honorary presidency because he deserves if Phudemo has not given him. Comrade, our stalwart, Comrade Mario Masuku. If you read the history of Phudemo, you would understand why I give an honor to him, comrades. International friends and comrades, and most importantly, the members of this giant union, which is my union. Comrades, on behalf of the National Office Bearers, I want to thank you for inviting me to come and address this important occasion, the 9th National Congress of POPCRU, today marking a significant day when it celebrates the 30 years of its existence. I greet you on behalf of the National Office Bearers, its affiliates and members. It is an honor and privilege to be home today, and I look forward to being with you during this conference and to learning from you about the challenges members are facing on the ground. Today, I want to report to you on the progress we are making in rebuilding and strengthening your federation and affiliates of COSATU, as well as our key tasks, campaigns, and challenges. But allow me, before I begin my input, to raise a very important matter. On Friday, comrades, in the past week, Comrade Kaiser Madiba, a dedicated member of NUM, was assassinated in Marikana in Vonderkop. Few days after the National Office Bearers of COSATU held our national boss Berard in Rustenburg for the intention of us to meet with the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister to take forward the decision of the August CC in finding peace in Marikana. We met the first day as National Office Bearers in our meeting, and the second day, we dedicated that day to have that meeting. Comrade Kaiser and other comrades and those families of the 10 that were murdered before August 16, we met with them. Comrade Kaiser was amongst them. In that meeting, the meeting was focusing on how we're going to bring peace and stability in Sibanye Still Waters, which used to be Lonmin and Marikana, the area. And we were there also with the leadership of NUM in the region and nationally. The following week, which is the past week, they shot and killed Comrade Kaiser. And every time we meet with them, when we first met them in August in the COSATU house, we met again with them in Pretoria in the offices of Minister Bigitele. And we met them in Rustenburg. They said one thing: as we come and meet with you, we are not sure who is going to be shot and killed the next day. We take the risk to come and meet with you, but it is a risk that we are prepared to take. So, we also want to say to yourselves, comrades, that Comrade Kaiser was a key witness in the High Court case between AMCU and COSATU and NUM. You would know, after the Central Executive Committee of COSATU, we went to a press conference, as we always do, to speak about the decisions of the Federation. And when we spoke about the decision of the Federation on the issue of Marikana, we were then taken to court by AMCU, citing COSATU as the first respondent, NUM as the second respondent, the president of COSATU as a third respondent, and Matthew Parks, our parliamentary officer, as the fourth respondent. We went to court in Gauteng High Court. The judge ruled and dismissed the case with cost. The second hearing is supposed to be in the Equality Court. We are not sure when. After the first case was dismissed, AMCU resubmitted again, so we're still going to court again. Comrade Kaiser and all other comrades that we've been meeting with are key witnesses in that case when the case is going to sit, when it sits. Now, as a federation, we want to believe, comrades, that his murder is not outside that court case. And of course, we must be very careful when we speak here, because we get to be taken to court, but we always are careful because we make allegations. But we understand, according to what they've raised with us, that some of them, when they were members of NUM and then they moved and crossed over and became members of AMCU and were very key and strategic during the Marikana copy, they then again went out of AMCU to rejoin NUM. And they had stories to tell. Now, Comrade Kaiser is no more. Now, we are saying as a federation, comrades, and I think it is even more important that we address this matter in this Congress, particularly on the background of what the president of POPCRU said about the importance of policing, justice system, and correctional services. And we are saying as a federation that we fought for this democracy. Many paid ultimate sacrifices. We cannot allow, comrades, criminals to create no-go areas. We are in close contact with the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Police and SAPS, as I've said. They are working hard to track down these assassins. We need POPCRU's urgent intervention. And we raised this issue on the last day of the CEC when we received this report. And we said we need to work closely with POPCRU. Comrades, the performance of the SAPS in Marikana leaves much to be desired. Some may be compromised and some may be scared. But the challenge that is raised by workers in Marikana who are located in that area, they're saying when murders are taking place, cases are opened, nothing happens. We are concerned even with what happened to Comrade Kaiser. Already we are getting reports that the scene was contaminated. So it talks about perhaps our own members who are detectives. Do they understand what to do when they are called to a crime scene? What is a response time when that call comes? Do you leave it for others who do not want to be implicated to come and pick up evidence, and by the time you arrive, because your turnaround time may have been too long, for many reasons, that it becomes difficult to then investigate and bring perpetrators of those violence to justice? We are raising this issue, comrades, and we are saying POPCRU can play a critical role in ensuring the police protect not only NUM members, but in fact to free Marikana from the tyranny. We cannot allow the memory of Comrade Kaiser to be forgotten or his death to be in vain. And we're saying, may his humble and brave soul rest in peace. We're worried, Comrade Spunzi, the General Secretary of NUM, that NUM and COSATU planned a massive rally, and the date is the 17th of November. We're not sure whether this is a scare tactic to ensure that we do not go back and reclaim Marikana. Because it happened after your NEC released a statement and cited that on the 17th of November, NUM and COSATU affiliates shall descend to Marikana. Now, comrades, it will be an injustice if COSATU, we don't start from the beginning about who this union called POPCRU is. A unique trailblazer in the unionization of workers in the most sensitive security, law enforcement and justice cluster, not only in South Africa, but in Africa and beyond. It is what POPCRU is about. And where I'm seated, and with the introductions that were made by the Deputy General Secretary, I was saying to the NUM General Secretary next to me that I'm seated next to comrades from police and correctional services in Eswatini. And I remember in 2011 when I was arrested and deported, and now I feel I can go back to a stake and call yourselves comrade and still raise Amandla and be protected this time. Because the brutality of police that I endured in Eswatini, and when every time they would unleash, I always remind them that, but you are also victim of the system. You need to be organized. You need a union yourselves. You are just workers who are vulnerable. And I'm happy today that I sit next to comrades from Eswatini who are coming from police and correctional services. Siyabulela POPCRU. Comrades, POPCRU was born in the jaws of a monstrous system called apartheid. You, comrades, brave a vicious system to produce a great workers' movement. And even as it was not fashionable and risky to yourselves and your families, clearly aligned yourself with the ANC-led liberation movement and the working class movement primarily. We celebrate your achievements as a federation, as we celebrate your massive contribution to the changing of our country's history and the tide against apartheid. We are proud of policemen and women who daily brave the odds to save our lives and yet still fight for our conditions to change for the better. Throughout Africa and beyond, we are daily asked, how did you really finally succeed in organizing in the very difficult sector? We are proud of the work you have also done in demonstrating, comrades, practical solidarity with fellow workers from Cuba to Palestine and Venezuela, from Eswatini to Zimbabwe. POPCRU is present and is on the side of the working people on these sister countries. Now, pardon me, comrades, for taking this time to say what you know and you know better about your history, which the President has alluded to. But we believe it is a history that must be told. And it is indeed for us an emotional moment and a true realization of what workers can do against all odds. Now we want to talk about your federation, COSATU. And we're saying to you, 2 years ago, this federation was written off by some. Not only did our critics, comrades, and enemies dismiss us as fatally weakened, but so did many of our own comrades. The media ridiculed us. They ridiculed us as a spent force, and they claimed that SAF2 was the future. And of course, we don't want to talk about them, but we're just making reference. The ANC ballooned us as hopelessly divided. Our supporters, our support for the then Deputy President Ramaphosa to become the president was mocked by the ANC Youth League during that time. Our membership was declining. Financially, comrades, as a federation, we were on our knees. Those days were indeed very painful. We are now turning the corner. In the run-up to our 13th National Congress, we stabilized COSATU. And since then, we are proudly standing here to say we have focused solely on rebuilding the Federation and its affiliates. We have managed, comrades, to consolidate and achieve many victories that in the past 2 years were impossible. On the unity front, a few years ago, we were paralyzed in the Federation by internal divisions. CC meetings were subjected to standoffs and interdicts. We could not discuss issues facing workers on the ground because we were under siege. And this is no longer the situation today. The Central Executive Committee, comrades, and all structures are now engaging on the challenges facing the working class. Our time is spent now focusing on what support we can give to our affiliates. Our energies are spent driving campaigns from the minimum wage to the national health insurance. However, comrades, we must not be complacent. Unity must be built and entrenched throughout our daily work. It must find expression as we intensify our campaigns. We must not forget the value of unity and how easy it is to become divided. And others, because this has a way of always finding itself when some political leaders get to address our unions and our gatherings, that we get to be reminded how weak we had become when two unions that used to be in the federation departed from the ranks of the federation. And when we looked at our balance sheet during that time, we realized that in terms of the finances and of our membership, we had indeed taken a decline. As a result, many questioned our relevance. But we are proudly standing here to say and report to this Congress that our membership has stabilized, and through hard work, comrades, we are now seeing new members joining the Federation. And we want to report to this Congress that SASPO's brilliant defense of banking workers who were facing and who are still facing retrenchment has resulted to SASPO getting 13,000 new members. And I want to report to yourselves that SACTU, the Clothing and Textile Union, has been, comrades, recruiting in terms of the mandate of the Federation, organizing the farm workers. And it has now, just with the farm workers, surpassed the 8,000 farm workers in terms of their membership. Not of SACTU, but just of that sector in the farming area. SACAO has also been able to recruit thousands of new members, in spite of what the economy is looking like. Comrades, these successes defy those critics who painted a false narrative of a COSATU that is only a public service federation. Others, to some extent, called us a yellow union. But we are giving you the statistics to appreciate that we are turning the corner. And it is not because unions of COSATU had become irrelevant in the private sector, but it is because the economy itself is shedding jobs. Now, comrades, whilst we have seen these successes, we have experienced also serious challenges. SAMU, SATAO, SIPAO, these trade unions went through painful divisions and a decline in their membership. But we are pleased to report to you that COSATU, having worked closely with these affiliates in getting them back on their feet, SATAO and SIPAO held successful congresses in the last year, and indeed, comrades, they are beginning to pick up. SIPAO in particular in the CC is amongst those unions that was even saying to others who are struggling that we are ready to give you a hand in ensuring that you are able to get onto your feet, and they were able to do what was done to them by others. Some comrades is rebuilding its structures so that it can go to its Congress. SAMATU, the Medical Association, trade union, the doctors, they have been placed under administration. And we are reporting to you that COSATU is working with these comrades too to build SAMATU. The battles there are between the trade union and the board. We are further reporting to yourselves that the NUM comrades remains under heavy attack from both the mining industry that has shed 500,000 jobs in the past 2 decades, but also from AMCU and NUMSA. akukho lula maqabane uku-organizer in that sector. Members of NUM report that even now in Marikana, to wear an NUM t-shirt, it is not something that you can easily do unless you want to be a statistic tomorrow. It is not easy. And I'm going to say this again, like I've said it in the press conference, like I've said it in the affidavit to court, that members of NUM in Lawn Mills, Sibanye Still Waters, are saying, so that when journalists write, who are here, you write it correctly as I say it. Because some of you in the press conference of COSATU, when I said what members said, you quoted me as if I was saying it directly from me. And now in court you are quoted yourselves that I must account to what a journalist said. Write a full quotation, because we are taken to court because of how you write your stories. Contextualize it correctly. And I'm saying, members of NUM in Lawn Mill, Sibanye Still Waters, have said to us that when they recruit Comrade Spoons for NUM, they have a pile of new members who are joining NUM, but they are having it difficult for those membership forms to be processed by Sibanye Still Waters. And they are saying, if a worker resigned from AMCU to join NUM, management will call them to explain why they are resigning from this one to join this one. And the stop order does not get to be processed. It's what they are saying. But when it is reversed, things are processed quickly. I don't work for Sibanye Still Waters, so I'm saying what workers in Sibanye are saying. Comrades, the Federation has been joined by SAEPU. These are emergency public sector union, ambulance paramedics, who themselves have played a key role in defending paramedics who are often victims of violence attacks, comrades, when they report to the crime scene. Comrades who are coming from the Western Cape, you would know that it has been a norm when gangsters are fighting and paramedics are going to the crime scene. Gangsters stop fighting. They find a new person to deal with. So they tell you, after they have shot the other gang member, they tell the paramedic to ensure that this one does not die. So you operate under those conditions to try and resuscitate, because there's a bullet against, a gun against your head from another gang member. You did not do anything. They stop becoming rivalries. They focus on you who is here to save the life of the victim. Others, they get robbed. Others are becoming victims, they get raped. And we are raising this because now we have a union that is solely focused in dealing with the conditions of work of paramedics, who is now an affiliate of COSATU. Comrades, Limusa is due to its National Congress by December. And there are talks between NUM and Limusa for the integration process. Taking forward the COSATU resolution on mergers and cartels, but also guided by the COSATU Constitution on the integration of a union that is falling off in terms of the threshold. Several unions, comrades, have applied or shown interest to joining the Federation. We need to deepen our support for our unions. We need to intensify our membership recruitment campaign. We must, comrades, protect our structures from those who seek to create splinters for their own selfish interest. We must engage those workers who left COSATU to come back home. It is our responsibility to do so. But also, we have a mandate of the 13th National Congress to do so. We need to engage, comrades, unions that are outside the federation to also join this federation. The working class cannot be divided when we have 4 federations and more than 200 unions. You must go to NEDLEC and you will see how business speak and how they are united. So every time we disagree and others go and form trade unions and federations, we are weakening ourselves. Yesterday I was doing an SABC interview, Comrade Zola, and the General Secretary of SAFTU claims that NEDLEC is an exclusive club for those that think alike. And the reason why they are not part of NEDLEC, it is because we have changed the rules to ensure that they do not enter. And I said to him, no, I disagree with you. The rules are the same as they were when you created them before you left. The only thing that you need to do is to comply. We have never amended the rules of NEDLEC. But ours is to preach the unity of the workers and the unity of the working class. And I must report, comrades, that at the level of NEDLEC, as the 3 federations were working quite very well, FEDUSA, NACTU, and COSATU. Critically, we must service our members, defend them, comrades, from their abuse and exploitation, protect their jobs, advance their salaries and wage socio-economic campaigns so that they experience that better life for all that we talk about. Now, when we met with the leadership of the ANC, the party, at Luthuli House, before the medium-term budget policy statement, the minister that is responsible for, Minister of DPSA, at least gave a report in that meeting that he is engaging with PSCBC, if I'm correct, on dealing, but on a exercise of doing a thorough analysis of the public service. And out of that report that he was presenting, indeed the report said there is no bloated public service. There is no bloated public service. Actually, we need to employ more to have a capable state. So the argument does not arise, even if it's Tito Mboweni who continues with that narrative. Because the study has shown that we have less public servants. And we said we need to further check, so if it's not the bloated public service, it is the bloated wage bill. But bloated where? Bloated where? But we're happy also that he's also said that there are leaks that are taking place, your litigations on police, litigations on medical issues, a number of litigations that are taking place. We can avoid those because those are millions of rands, thank you, that government get to part ways with. Because to some extent, we did not do what we expected to do the way we should be doing it. Now, we are saying, comrades, as a federation, that it is the federation and our affiliates who led the campaign to serve the ANC and to ensure that the election of Comrade President Ramaphosa takes place in Nasrec, but also the re-election of the ANC to still lead this country and have President Ramaphosa as the President of the Republic. We're implementing the decisions that were taken by COSATU's 12th National Congress. Others were saying, I was told, with the City Press interview that I did, that others are saying, hey, this president, we COSATU 10, wamane praise and no Cyril. Hi, comrades, now I only talk about the decisions of the Federation. Nothing else. So we critique, we give praise where it is due, but we speak because the Central Executive Committee of COSATU directed us to do so. We will never say things that the Federation has not taken decisions on. But we must say here, comrades, that as the national office bearers of COSATU, we have always wondered. For an example, when we're talking about, there's journalists always want us to go for interviews about Tito Mbowene's medium-term budget policy proposal, and they want us to discuss the public sector wage bill. But why are they not interviewing yourselves? Who are in the sector? Comrades Poons, they want us to talk about ESCOM. And I ask myself, have they spoken to NUM? Because if we don't hear your voices, comrades, you would then wait for the Federation to speak without appreciating processes that may have been unfolding in your own sectors. And the likelihood could be that you would come to release your statement countering what the Federation would have said. But the challenge is, if we don't occupy the space, others will begin to speak. So we're calling on the Federation's affiliates to occupy every space, particularly that relates to your sector. We cannot wait for the Federation to be the one that speaks on every sector, comrades. Let us speak in support of the views that are raised by a union in that sector, than us leading that. We are raising and we're saying, comrades, it is our unions who have led the fight against outsourcing and corruption. Particularly POPCRU leading that on the issues of Bosasa at the correctional services. When everyone said we tend to turn a blind eye on corruption, but here in the correctional services, it has been yourselves as POPCRU who led that fight against corruption, and that decisive decisions must be taken. It is not only our members, comrades, who look up to us, but in fact, it is the entire nation. Our marches and our rallies do not enjoy the full attendance of our 1.6 million members. Too often, comrade, we wait for the Federation to call a strike, or we leave it to the strong unions to organize. And sometimes when we call Section 77, others think that it is time to do a spring cleaning. It is not the time to do a spring cleaning. when we call Section 77 to go on strike, we want the muscle of the federation to be displayed. Otherwise, no one will ever take us serious, comrades. And it means both in the public and in the private sector. Comrades, we must invest more in organizing and campaigns that speak to our members and the working class. We cannot leave the stage uncontested, as that is when our opponents will occupy it. We won the national minimum wage. Now we must defend the national health insurance. We must intensify, comrades, the pressure on government, on municipalities, on state-owned entities to end outsourcing. Let us expose the pension funds that steal workers' wages. You know, the president spoke about the levels of education. And we're saying as a federation, we have won many victories. Comrades, our labor laws in the past year have seen the largest and most progressive overhaul since 1996. Our federation and affiliates organize education and training programs frequently. But this is not enough. We need to be much more systematic and decisive. And we're asking this, can we confidently, comrades, say that every member of COSATU and in our affiliates has been trained on the requirements of the National Minimum Wage Act? Can we say that confidently, that every member understands the National Minimum Wage Act? And if you are to fight for its implementation, do you understand which other labor law that you must use with the National Minimum Wage Act? Do they know that, comrades, mothers who suffered stillborn births and those that get miscarriages on the 3rd trimester are entitled to paid maternity leave now? Do they know, comrades, that since November 1, fathers are entitled to 10 days paid paternity leave when their child is born? But uthatha 10 days ke comrade uyithathela ukwenza exactly the intention of paternity, ne? To relieve your partner on paternity issues. Hayi 10 days to disappear, sifuna ujub akhangele nge 10 days. I had 10 days to make other babies elsewhere, 10 days to give support to the one that you have just made. We're asking, comrades, do farm workers know that they now have the right to maintain and visit the graves of their relatives and free legal aid when they're facing eviction? And we're saying and we're asking all these questions because if we're not doing it, if they do not know, then we need to utilize the resources of the CCMA, the Department of Employment and Labor, the SETAs, the universities, comrades, to ensure that our structures and workers know these victories and are empowered to exercise their rights. We must not allow these achievements to go to waste. These are our victories and we must claim them. Now on gender, and I'm happy that all other speakers raised this matter, and spoke to it. That, comrades, as socialists, we believe the nation will never be liberated until all women are free from abuse, discrimination, and exploitation. The Federation, comrade, has a National Gender Coordinating Committee. We call it the NGCC. All affiliates and structures have similar structures and campaigns. POPCRU has been very active in the Federation's gender-based violence campaigns, and we have attended many roundtables of POPCRU gender structure. The Federation, comrades, has revised its sexual harassment policies. But this is too little. As a nation, we are failing our women. But I must also say, comrades, that I attended in the past week COSATU male gender champions, leaders of POPCRU, shop stewards, others are leaders in Gauteng, in regions, attended the male gender champions workshop. And we said, we need to have another session with the same group until confidently, and they took oath, until confidently we can say that indeed they are male gender champions. Because as a federation, you see, this hashtag male are trash, we do not relate to it as a federation. It cannot be what defines us. We do not use that hashtag male are trash. Because, comrades, it is also an insult to women. Because it says that when you carry an unborn baby boy, you are carrying a trash. It says that what God has created is trash. So if now they are trash, what did society do? Because you don't wake up being a trash. Even your own trash at home, it is what you tend to discard after you have used what you think is valuable. Even now, trash can be recycled for good use. Because if we continue with the narrative, comrades, and we associate ourselves with that narrative, we miss the point that we have a responsibility to rehabilitate all of us, men and women, to deal with a societal issue that is not an issue of men. Because if we don't do that and we hide behind the hashtag, we are pushing others further away. And at least in terms of our socialization, as a federation, we understand that both men and women are exploited by those that owns the means of production. And what society is going through is as a result of a capitalist system, comrades, that flourish at the back of an exploited worker, an exploited male and a female. Now, we welcome, comrades, the recent pledges by the President to intervene in the scourge of gender-based violence. The leadership of NPA and SAPS must prioritize gender-based violence. Our educational system must engage in serious introspection on what values we teach our men and boys. Let us debate how we can intensify this war in defense of our mothers, sisters, and daughters. And I am confident that POPCRU will continue to lead us in this battle. And we need to also educate our officers who are the ones that receive victims of gender-based violence in the police stations, comrades. Sometimes what other people, other officers write even in their social media status, you wonder when you check, because you don't know who the person is, when you check because of the comment, you realize that I got to remember a POPCRU, but Uti works for SAPS. But the comment yake tells me that if I were to be in front of him to open a case, that case will not go anywhere. Because they are still very patriarchal. They stand there believing on the patriarchal system. And they address the woman when you enter the police station on the basis that I am a man. And therefore, what you are a victim of, it is because you have brought it against yourself, because you did not subordinate yourself to your partner. What kind of a statement are you going to have from that? Perhaps that's why others will say, go and fix it at home. We don't want to get involved at this stage. So we may need to educate even our officers on these matters of gender-based violence, comrades. Comrades, on socio-economic, many of our critics said that COSATU is toothless. Yet it is COSATU which forced government to deliver on the national minimum wage, where 6.4 million of the most exploited workers are to benefit. The WIF dismissal payments from 8 months to 12 months, providing debt relief for those who earn less than 7,500 a month, despite relentless pressure from the banking industry and treasury. We have managed to get the tabling of the NHI bill in Parliament. We have managed to ensure that there is now what takes place of a presidential working committee on the Presidential Jobs and Investment Summit. Every month, every Monday of the month, the PWC sits at NETLEC to take stock on how far we have come since last year to implement the outcomes of the Jobs Summit. Comrades, it is your federation that had ensured that amendments to Section 25 of the Constitution and Expropriation Bill, those amendments were tabled, and to ensure that workers are now represented on the PIC for the first time in its 108 years. It is because your federation has driven those victories. These victories, comrades, are the result of your hard work. They are not charity. It was not given because today you are wearing a red t-shirt. It is because of the hard work that was done by our predecessors and ourselves as this generation. They were born, comrades, out of battles. They happened because the Federation and its affiliates are united. They are organizing and we are campaigning. And yet, comrades, our work is far from over. It is far from being done. With 40% unemployment, thousands are being retrenched, the state is in crisis. The SOEs that have been looted and mismanaged have been looted and mismanaged to a point of collapse. We are in a most difficulty economically since 1994. And therefore, comrades, we don't have the luxury of time. We cannot leave it to the government to clean up the mess or trust business to act on behalf of workers. We have met, comrades, and will continue to meet the leadership of government and the African National Congress to rebuild the state, to root out corruption, to defend the wages of workers, and to save ESCOM and other state-owned entities. We need yourselves as POPCRU and our affiliates to continue to defend the rights of public servants to earn a living wage, to push for the state wage gap to be reduced, and to force management and politicians to abandon their exorbitant salaries and perks. We need our comrades in the PSCBC to be united and to continue to lead the fight against corruption and outsourcing. And we are happy that your federation has been now the darling of the media. Asiphumli. You get SMSs every day from media houses. They want to hear the voice of the federation. You want to know what COSATU is saying, want to know what COSATU is doing. As I was seated here, I was getting a note that even here they wanted an interview. So I said, Iman kancinci zanga kuni ndize kwi-POPCRU Congress. Can I deal with the POPCRU Congress first and we will deal with the media later? Because we account here, not to the media. But we appreciate the media, of course. Because if they are not here, then we are unable to relate our stories and our victories. And of course, we have no issues with journalists because we know they are now organized under Communication Workers Union. If you are here as a journalist and you don't have that membership form, please come forward. I shall help you to be a member of Communication Workers Union, a progressive trade union of COSATU in your space of work. Internationally, comrades, we have made significant gains on the international front. The Federation and our affiliates played a critical role internationally on the continent and in the region, as well as in BRICS. We have been recognized in the SADC. COSATU now leads SATUC. SATUC is Southern African Trade Union Coordinating Council. This, comrades, is in recognition of the gains we have made at home and abroad. And I must say that as the president of SATUC, I am not only content to occupy the position as a SATUC president, but I understand the mandate that the Federation has given to myself on how we need to make serious interventions in the SADC, in the continent of Africa, but also in the entire globe, comrades. Because we understand that even workers in the region, in the sub-region, in the region, in the continent, they continue to migrate to come to South Africa because of political instability in their own countries. Trade unions in Zimbabwe have no voice. Some, their voices are managed. You can go to Eswatini. It looks a bit better, but it is not. Because when workers must go on a May Day, then police are unleashed on them. Others leave their country not because of free migration, as outlined in the 2063 plan of the African Union, but they migrate because they are forced because of economic conditions and political instability in their own countries. Therefore, when COSATU occupies that position in the SADC, we need to give support to SATUC to ensure that its mandate is fulfilled and that better lives are realized not only for workers in our country, but for workers in the region. Comrades, if the region fails to industrialize, we will remain an island of prosperity in the sea of poverty and a recipe for chaos. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah says in his writings, and I like this and I always make reference to it, he says, Nkosi, that Africa is rich but its people are poor. You will think the trade war between China and US is about them. It is about who's going to conquer Africa first. Because it is about the wealth that we have, which we fail to recognize. And yet our people are languishing in poverty. So comrades, we must do more to show practical solidarity to the workers of Eswatini, Western Sahara, Palestine, Cuba, Venezuela, and Brazil, to name the few. We must deepen our relations with progressive unions internationally so we can learn from their successes. These comrades should include study programs of affiliates, our organizers and shop stewards. And lastly, as I end, on the 30 years of a fighting POPCRU, your theme, 30 years of working class consciousness, defending workers' rights and building self-sustainable union. This, comrades, is your Congress theme, sum up beautifully the heroic legacy of POPCRU. POPCRU shocked the apartheid regime by mobilizing police and prison officers to refuse to implement its brutal laws and attacks on our people at the height of the struggle. This was not an easy thing to do. Lieutenant Gregory Rockman and the founding leaders of POPCRU, you seized the power deep inside the belly of the apartheid state. POPCRU has grown from strength to strength. It is POPCRU which ensured that today we have non-racial, non-sexist police and correctional services serving a democratic state. It is yourselves, POPCRU, which led the charge against corruption in the SAPS and DCS. It is you, comrades, who demanded the state insourcing and absorption of the Bosasa workers. It is POPCRU who defends our police and correctional services officers when they are faced with attacks daily. It is POPCRU who defended COSATU when it was under siege from all corners. It is yourselves, POPCRU, which was there to help COSATU to rise once again. Comrades, COSATU is looking to POPCRU to continue this brave tradition. We need POPCRU to help our affiliates who are battling to regain their strength. We need POPCRU to continue leading the debate on how we can make socialism a reality of our lifetime. Continue to be that pillar of support to the SACP. The state, comrade, is battling its worst crisis, as I've said. The critical role of POPCRU cannot be overemphasized. POPCRU must continue to expose and challenge the failures of management in the SAPS, in the DCS, and at the PSCBC. POPCRU must force the state to shift resources from the bloated head and provincial offices to the police stations in our communities, because that's where resources are needed. If you're going to have a capable state, You must have resources deployed where they are needed in our communities. POPCRU comrades must continue to expose the corruption and force government to fill critical vacancies that are collapsing the state's capacity to deliver. The ratio is not what we want to be. We are saying continue to remain strong and fight to insource workers who remain under subcontractors. Together, comrades, we must force Parliament to amend the Criminal Procedures Act to deny bail to anyone who attacks SAPS officers and to tighten sentences for those that do so. And one of the most important roles for POPCRU is to intensify, as I've said earlier, the fight against gender-based violence. Lastly, I must say how proud we are as a federation that POPCRU represents the overwhelming majority of SAPS and DCS officers. However, comrades, I want to leave you with a challenge. Let it be that at the POPCRU's next Congress, our membership will exceed 200,000. And I am confident that POPCRU can only achieve that 200,000. You will achieve it and you will exceed that 200,000. Now, we want to thank you as the members of this giant trade union for inviting us to be part of this historic Congress when you celebrate your 30 years of existence. We want to thank you, comrades, for your unflinching support you give to COSATU daily. We want to thank you for the support that you have given to myself as a member of this union. And also as the president of COSATU. And on behalf of the national office bearers, we are indeed eternally grateful. And we are saying, happy birthday, POPCRU. May you grow in leaps and may you go beyond the 200,000 and exceed that, but continue to be united as you are. Others have criticized you. They have said this union, there's no democracy in it. And because they have never been here and they don't understand the past. When officers will come to a Congress carrying weapons, service pistols, you are coming from a very painful past. And you have managed to evolve to be where you are. And you remain democratic as you do so. It is because they have never been where you were. That is why others think that it is indeed a comply and complain later. In the service it is, but not in the union. But I understand that this union is based on a democratic principle. That when a decision is taken, everyone toes a line. Because your views would have been taken into consideration before that decision would have been arrived at. So continue to be a united union that continues to service and represent its members and fight against the exploitation of those that are inside and outside the union. Thank you very much, comrades.
Amandla. 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 Viva POPCRU, viva. Amandla. Comrade President of COSATU, it's indeed only here where you find former leaders, former presidents being in the same meeting with the current leadership, and there's no confusion. It's only this POPCRU. Amandla! Viva unity of POPCRU, viva! Comrades, we're breaking for lunch. Can I request that the guests remain where they are so they can be ushered to correct place, and we come back at 3:15. Let's take an hour's lunch. Let's be back by 3:15. Can somebody who's coming to fetch the guests show up?
manje sigibela phezu kwakhe uyeza manje so sihlala ku-white then siyaqeda.
Which mic? Oh.
Mina ngizohlala nje ukuthi umsha interview. Yeah? Ngizohlala nje umsha interview. Ngivulisa lo thing ethi Deputy Chief Minister wangayo ngikhathe. Not even here.
Don't mind me.
The couch is hella comfortable though.
I just came home this morning.
Welcome back on studio, and joining me is the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. How are you doing, sir?
One, two, 1, 2.
Kunjani sis?
Ngiyaphila.
Ehe.
Nice to meet you. Nomfundo.
Okay, stand by.
Ngubani ka?
Nomfundo.
Nomfundo.
Yebo.
Oh, okay.
Guys, can you
Sajela na?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at me.
Oh, okay. Hayi, that's very easy to do. Yeah. Ngibuzela nga. Ngibuye kude kunaye ngo.
Uyatshela mfundisi. Sinazibeka la.
Okay.
Silent.
Ku-silent. Uphumile lo mfo njengoba ne? Hayi umafanye. Okay. Uthe ngubani ka?
Nomfundo.
Wakobani?
Rampisa.
Kwampisani?
Rampisa.
Rampisa. Nomfundo Rampisa.
Yeah.
Uyabapende lo sini.
Venda.
Rampisa. Panorama. Kodwa yala.
Sorry?
Ayimasiye.
Okay.
Wavunda wazethu.
Okay.
We're almost ready. We're going to miss just a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Standing by. Standing by in the studio. Let us know when you're good. Yeah. Okay, let's roll. 5 on speed.
Welcome back on studio, and joining me is the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Service. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. And how are you?
I'm great. So tell me, how are you finding the conference so far?
Quite informative
Yeah.
from the speeches that I've heard from the leadership that spoke while I was still there.
Yeah. And how are you, as Correctional Service, working with POPCRU?
Well, as I said, I complained that since we joined the department, POPCRU has still not come to talk to us about their issues, how they view the work of the department and so on. But of course, they have indicated that they are going to communicate with us so that we have some discussion with them.
Yeah. And are you happy with the new laws that they've introduced?
The new laws, we have not introduced any new laws so far while you are here.
Yes.
But the policies that are there,
Yes.
we are ready to work with them.
Yes.
Especially the emphasis on human rights, the fact that prisoners, or as we call them, inmates, are human beings after all, who have done wrong, that we have a responsibility to ensure that they are rehabilitated. We know that it's a very controversial position, because as you heard the president of POPCRU complaining that they seem to be living in hotels, because they're given food, they're clothed, they're bathed, they're given medical attention, they are getting an education, they are getting skilled facilities and opportunities that are not available to people who are law-abiding and who are outside. But the fact of the matter, corrections is a societal matter. These people come from homes, from families. At the end of their terms, whether by parole or remission of sentence or by the end of their sentences, they are going to go home to their families. By the time they go to their families, to their communities, to the nation, we want to ensure that they are better people, they are productive citizens who have skills and an education that they can share with the rest of the members of society. Particularly, what we want to focus on is them giving back what they can to the victims of their crimes.
Yes. And so you've said that you want these people to go back with education, but how are you doing that as the correctional service, making sure that each and every person going back to the society is empowered?
Well, we have a number of programs.
Yes.
We have the arts, those who are artistic, we make the opportunity for them available so that they can do some paintings. Others have an aptitude for woodworks. Others are able to make steel cabinets. Others can sing and dance. Others can do makeup and those kinds of things, especially the women inmates. Others come out, become as doctors, or they can even lawyers with degrees and diplomas and so on, and work hand in hand with SETAs, as well as a number of universities and TVET colleges.
And the society has been complaining since there's been a lot of crime happening in our society that people in jails and prisons are actually living a better life through their tax-paying people. So how exactly can that situation be improved?
It's a question of educating the public about our policies and our programs. Because as we say, it serves no purpose to arrest people, take them to court, get convicted, sentence for a life in jail, and then leave our centers still the same people they were, or even worse than they were.
Yes.
We have a responsibility to groom them, to rehabilitate them, to change them, to move away from offending behavior. And we say it is the families themselves who must take responsibility for the conduct of their members. It must be the communities. They must stop doing things that encourage commission of crime, people buying stolen articles and those kinds of things. People knowing that people are selling drugs and yet they don't report them to the police. Those kinds of things, because crime doesn't start in jail. It is the end of the commission of crime in jail, and we want it to be like that.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you, and we are going back to the Congress. And the documentary.
On March 21, 1960, the apartheid security forces opened fire and shot at people in Sharpeville protesting against carrying of passes. At least 69 people were killed and hundreds injured. The government declared a state of emergency. Key to the government plans was the security cluster, which were tasked with enforcing these laws.
The historical overview of this organization is that prior to its establishment of unions, there was institutionalized racism which was entrenched within the entire public service, in particular within the security environment, which was tasked to enforce these unjust laws.
The history of South Africa is such that the security industry has played a bigger role when it comes to supporting and perpetuating and sustaining apartheid regime. We all know that apartheid regime affected all sectors of society, the economic, the social, and the political.
An unpoliticized police officer, prison officer, and traffic officer is very dangerous, because that kind of officer has got no conscience. Because what holds that person together is just the paycheck.
We couldn't do the job in the police without the black members, because the black members came from that communities.
Very much present, that was quite apparent, was what was happening within the socio-political sphere, where you had to police the people. You really had to police them so that they do not participate in any kind of political activities. And you really needed a very strong security apparatuses to be able to do that.
It was a history of oppression, actually suppression of black people. And the entire security cluster was actually used as an apparatus or an instrument to suppress black people.
The opportunities were not the same. I mean, the posts that were being created, they were filled by white people. So we couldn't do without you. I mean, it was impossible. I've seen it in the police many times.
The military and the police were part of the state repressive apparatus. So they had one thing and one objective, which is to sustain the apartheid system. So all black people who were employed were expected to become apologists of apartheid system.
And security apparatuses, even if it had black people, some of the black people who served as personnel within that, they were just serving as tools. They were not, their views as to what need to happen, their views when it comes to affecting the policies by then were not taken into consideration.
The legal framework that regulates correctional service at that time, police, traffic, and everything was talking to racism.
Members of the police who are black found themselves having to deal with the issue of criminality, but also sustenance of an apartheid ideology and apartheid system. And this is where the black community parted ways with them. And they began sometimes, depending on how they behave, calling them sellouts.
Indeed, some of the police lives were actually at risk when they knocked off. After enforcing apartheid laws during the day, they share the same houses in the townships with their brothers and sisters who they are asked to remove from any, they're living in urban areas. The system didn't care about those kind of contradictions that emerged for those police when they go back there. It was all about ensuring that the objectives of apartheid system are actually implemented and they are realized.
As blacks and colored people, there was almost a non-promotional policy in place. And the only people that were promoted was those who worked with the system.
If you were black at that time, and you come out of Hammanskraal or Correctional Service College, you knew very well that in terms of law that regulates the department, you were not allowed to arrest a white man. You were not allowed to look after a white prisoner.
At that stage, you could have been in the service and a person with a rank, and a white person without a rank was your senior.
From the offset, I could immediately see there was a difference in the color of uniform of black and white officials at the prison. I also observed that the ranking structure after some time was different, and there was also black officers who called white officers bars.
Some of them was our juniors, but it's because they are white, they was our seniors. Some of them, we teach them how to work in the prison, but they still are or was our seniors.
There were huge salary disparities among various racial groupings, and the black members were in the receiving end or were being the least paid.
These things made us very frustrated. And we started talking about all these things and what happened to our people.
When quite a large number of people who were working within the security apparatuses began to say that, wait a minute, we need our civil liberties to be respected. But beyond our civil liberties being respected as workers, we also need to be in a working environment that reflect our values.
Any system of oppression triggers a resistance. And it is not an accident that you also had that resistance that emerged organically from the people who are oppressed.
I think it was the start of a thing that eventually worked out well. But the reason for that, I must be honest with you, I think was the formation of POPCRU.
In 1989, that was a very decisive year. And what triggered that was that Gregory Rockman, who was at the time based at Mitchells Plain police station, he spoke out about police brutality.
There were many times where I had to stop my own colleagues, white riot unit guys, police guys, from beating up our people, from shooting at our people.
Whereas the police, the correctional services, or the criminal justice system is supposed to protect and serve the people. This one was saving the apartheid government to oppress the historical, or not so much the historical majority, but the black majority of this country.
One Friday evening, I saw a guy on television, it was Gregory Rockman, talking about the brutality of the police assaulting school children. That was the Friday evening, and I thought, but the way this guy is talking, I must try and meet this guy. While I was still thinking on this guy who was speaking on television about the brutality of the police, Lochenberg and Willie and Randall came to me. I was working at the so-called colored training college in Paulsmoor, and they were working at the prison. And they came to me, and the four of us had a quick meeting there.
We talk. We say that is the same situation what we go through here in the Department of Correctional Services. Is it not the moment in time now to assist this policeman and also to speak out how we are treated in our own department as because of our color of our skin?
We agreed that from our own experience, Gregory would have been isolated and he would have ended up a lone voice. And our view was that we could not allow that to happen.
And we must really make a special effort, because why this guy is being exposed, and as the brutality of the regime at the time, we should go and see how we can get together and support and protect him, and also see what we can jointly do.
That we should use the momentum and to ride that wave ultimately to get to our own liberation as well, or contribute towards the broader liberation struggle in the country.
And we got together the 6th, the Sunday, us, Gregory, and one or two other police people. There at Gregory's home in the Strand. We got together and we had a serious discussion about the situation in the police and the situation in the correctional services. And after a very long, deep, serious discussion, we got to the conclusion, there's only one way out, we have to stand up.
And there we've agreed to start a union, which ultimately became POPCRU, which stood for the Police and Prison Civil Rights Union.
It's not as straightforward as you would think that's how it happened. As history will tell you and Rockman will tell you, Rockman had his own issues that emanated out of a march in Cape Town, where one of the kids was shot at, and he was in charge of the march. He will tell you that story better than I would. Johnson and the other guys in the prison were confronting an issue for the first time in their lives. There was a first black person to be transferred to Paulsmoor, and this is kind of a colored community. They didn't understand that this guy didn't have medical aid that was similar to them. You had a medical aid card. If you're a black member, the medical aid card that you had to do with you. If you were married, then you would have your children, you would have your your wife getting an allowance for your wife. I think it was 100 rand or something like that, or 50 rand, something small. But you had, if something happened to you, you would go to a hospital, and whether it was a private hospital, if there were private hospitals for blacks, whatever that was, is a privileged kind of life. But you wouldn't take your family with you. It was meant for a black person. When it gets to the colored, they knew that this was meant for entire family. White people, it was a given, as we understood it, because we also didn't have coloreds in the area. But the comrades' sympathy, just around this comrade alone, it reawakened them.
And what was interesting, and even when you look at the history of POPCRU, it was born during the time of the state of emergency, which had been going on for some time.
And you must bear in mind, I was a senior officer. And in the police, there's such a thing as the code of silence. Nobody can define it for you, but everybody knows it's there. You don't speak out against the system, you don't do bad things towards the system, and you don't think that you're bigger than the system. And surely people then, as the apartheid police, they saw me, I'm trying to be bigger than the system. And they were going to teach me a lesson.
This was a defining moment in Gregory Rockman's life, and he had suffered greatly at the hands of the state machinery, but the wheels had been set in motion.
We had to now start to organize and to recruit members. That was not an easy thing to do.
A month after that, there was already 7 women ladies that joined POPCRU. So I think it's because it's what they see, how I tackle the things and for what I stand. And I give them the objectives of POPCRU and they know, and then they say, no, it's true because that's also what they are against.
Initially, the union were based in Cape Town. But in terms of growing, we had to move beyond the borders of the Cape. So people, first and foremost, people from the Eastern Cape came to Cape Town. And then we followed them and we established. That was the first place outside Cape Town where we went to.
POPCRU, at its inception, advocated and promoted a human rights culture based on dignity, equality, freedom, and the rights of workers, especially in the security cluster. This made POPCRU a viable option for new members.
There were many black police officers and prison officers that were very conscious. But the prison officers were more conscious than police officers, very much more. They started to phone in left, right, and center. Where they got our numbers, God knows alone, but they got our numbers and they start phoning.
The situation developed in different ways as to each person getting introduced or knowing the union as such. Myself, originally coming from Eastern Free State side of Harrismith, having been in the police as early as 1987, I was able, immediately after the formation of a POPCRU, having seen Gregory Rockman coming on the news 89, 90, and unfortunately I did not have a link to say this is a person I can phone. Mine was to search to say, where can I get hold of these guys? Because the environment or area where I was working was a very serious racist area.
It was the initiative initially of the Youth Congress that made contact on our behalf with Comrade Rockman, who was in Cape Town then. And within 24 hours, Rockman was flown to Johannesburg. That is when we first met Comrade Rockman and immediately joined POPCRU without any hesitation.
He came with some proposals to say, some of the proposals was the emblem of this organization. To say, you see there's a torch there. It was only that torch where he motivates to say why there should be a torch. He told us that this torch will be our guiding torch.
When we joined, or we came to form POPCRU in Northern Cape, you must know there was no Labor Relations Act as it is now. It only came 1995 after it was signed by the president. 1995. So you can imagine that being police officers and warders and traffic officers, We don't know about anything about politics. POPCRU actually is the one that actually introduced us into the real politics.
When I was in Cape Town, I was in the detective unit, and there came guys, I never knew them. They introduced POPCRU to say there is a union, but this union is not yet recognized. They want to come and address us about this union. And it's where I started to have interest in that and listen to what they were saying to us. And I felt that is a union that will change the lives of many officers within the criminal justice system. So it's where I heard about POPCRU in Cape Town in the years of 1990.
POPCRU came in handy for me as a thing that I could. I recruited for POPCRU, did everything for POPCRU, running. I mean, you must understand, you used your own space. You did not have any backing financially from anyone. People would come and affiliate. You'll take their 25 rands affiliation fees and give them the pink, the sign. You take all of that money, you hike from Pretoria to Joburg, bring that money to Josephine and register it and so on. So when it was busy growing now, this POPCRU thing, I was then starting to be labeled as a terrorist in the institution. Now, to sideline me, I was taken out of the institution. I was an ordinary warder working in the sections, but to isolate me from influencing other people, each time there was a court offender to be taken to your Tabazimbi, your Delmas, I would be the one asked to drive that offender to be out of this so that I don't get into contact with this thing. So that's how it went and so on.
The broader movement through your COSATU and the ANC, the UDF, we were advised to combine our efforts with the comrades in Cape Town that had formed a police union, police and prison union. And so the movement basically undertook to assist us. And that is why we were then housed, when we were dismissed, in the offices made available by Poto under the leadership of Comrade Msomkutu and Yohlongwane.
During the 1989, we did not know Rockman, we did not know about this POPCRU, but through the media, it happens in the Sunday Sun, Sunday Times. The picture of Rockman was in that particular Sunday time. And he was the first person whereby the media have asked him, is he prepared to can make a statement in public, in uniform, according the system of subs and correctional services, and he have done it. It was, POPCRU was formed somewhere the 5th of November in 1989. The very same year, the 13th of December, I went to Cape Town. This is where I met Comrade Rockman at Michel's Plain at the house of Jansi. So we went on in Pretoria, organizing, doing all of this thing under very, very difficult conditions. Mind you, when you do that at your workplace, you have closed all your opportunities of promotions and everything, because you are regarded as a terrorist. And it was difficult because your life was in danger. So what I like from that crop, all that sustains us is commitment and you see, selfless service. You do not care about your life. You don't care whether you die or no, you don't care. You're pushing this thing. And you're pushing it in Pretoria, right in the CBD of Pretoria. And eventually we had an office. You know, Pretoria is Schoeman and Van der Walt. I don't know the new name. We had an office there. and we had an opportunity to go to the college, trying to recruit in the college, Pretoria West Police College, only to find that we're putting these poor kids in danger.
The first indication that there were talks about union activities amongst our staff in the correctional services were in the late 80s, 89, but it was very sporadic. And it was more about, I would say, gossip that unions are being formed than the reality of unions being formed. Because it was prohibited, it was not, it was disallowed. The correctional services being one of the so-called security cluster departments, there was no legislation to warrant the establishment of labor unions.
That guy said to us very clearly that he will not recognize us. There will never be such a union in the Department of Correctional Services. Never, never, never. And from that time, they started harassing us.
I remember that at the time, there were thousands of workers within police and within the correctional services that were suspended and were charged. I mean, we had to run from place to place in order to defend them.
We were not happy with having a labor union inside the police, and the same for corrections. Because we were, once again, we were afraid what would happen. It would only lead to strikes, and you can't strike in the police.
When the real challenge to the system came, which was done by POPCRU, I experienced it first at Uppington. When I was at Uppington, when we started to join, including the African National Congress, we then found that amongst us there were people who were on the side of the employers.
You didn't know who to trust in the first place. But we had to take that chance to say, whatever happens to us, we're going to do this. And we realize that there will be people that is going to spill the beans. Ipimpies. But we accepted that and said, no matter what, we'll go on with this.
So the formation of POPCRU served as a breakaway from that tradition, because you then had to look at the future of South Africa to say, if you're going to have a prosperous South Africa based on the culture of human rights, based on open democracy, what kind of security apparatuses do you need?
So if you're going to draw the police from the black community that is struggling against colonialism and apartheid, necessarily most of them will be conscientized that way. So this is why when you look at the formation of POPCRU, the way the name tells you that it is not only about the police and prison, it's also about the issues of civil rights. So the emphasis on civil liberties was always central in terms of how the police should conduct themselves. So it's not an accident that you found at one level the issue of policing and correctional service or prisons. At the same time, the concerns around the civil liberties.
It was not only about the plight of workers per se, but that we who are working amongst the people and servants of the people, that we should also protect the rights of the community as prison guards and as policemen.
The breaking of the ranks by members of POPCRU put a lot of strain on the security cluster apparatus. They would embark on a series of strikes that had the apartheid system backed against the wall.
The problems we had could never be solved because it was not in the authority of the prison services at the time, because the problems were political. The problems dealt with the issue of promotion, the difference in promotion. The issues was about the difference in the quality of accommodation. The differences was in the fact that only black children were sent to prisons. The problems pertaining to the fact that there was no African members of staff at POPCRU really. We learned that there was no medical aid for African members of staff.
When POPCRU was launched, the black people for medical aid, they received R5 a year for medical aid. R5. And that's even people who was married. Now, what the hell can you do with R5?
The state missionary devised a lot of plans to try and derail POPCRU. Their desperation knew no bounds, but Gregory Rockman was always one step ahead.
I can remember during that time, we arranged a team-building exercise. I think we took officers from a certain rank and upwards. We went to I think, Bredasdorp. There's a place that we went to, and we stayed there for a weekend. We tried to get a guy that I remember to this day with the name of Rockman to come with us. He couldn't attend.
I refused to go. I told them straight, I'm not going. If you want to see me, you come and see me in Cape Town. I knew if I was landing here and wherever they will take me, nobody will see me again. So, I mean, I'm well trained. I'm very well trained by the very same regime. So I knew their dirty tricks. I knew what their steps was going to be, and I was not going to make it easy for them.
The regime wasn't still. They were not impassive. They tried their utmost. I was approached by somebody from the Bureau of State Security who told me in so many words that the problem they are having with this union was the fact that they couldn't get anything of what was going on in the engine room. And that I, who was at the time the elected as the first deputy president, was ideally positioned in order to, like they put it, to assist them, in order to assist us by providing information of what is going on, the problems which we are experiencing, so that they could put it at the right table in government, so that our problems could be addressed. And that I realized that was nothing else than to win the hearts and minds of the people, which was a strategy of the apartheid government of the time to neutralize resistance.
You know what the regime did? We were 13 days old. That was, we started on the 5th, and around about the 13th, we were 8 days old. The 13th of November, 1989, we were arrested in Mitchell's Plain, a lot of us.
POPCRU's founding members suffered a series of arrests and suspension, but this did not deter them from staging its first national strike.
They charge us, and we realize they're gonna dismiss us. But to be able to get us into a court case, they then had to bring us back and lift the suspension. We also in that time had our first march.
We were 5 months old, and we had our first national strike on the 21st of March, 1990. So we were very radical, very militant.
It was a huge rally. The whole Cape Town came to a standstill. And I was on that balcony, and I was feeling that I was now on the world stage, but I was feeling very, vulnerable and being on the back foot, actually, by these 3,000 of my own staff members, toy-toying, shouting, having placards. It's rather intimidating.
The concern was that this union is going to become more popular. It is going to become political. You couldn't stop that. You can't stop unions from taking on some of the issues that are political, because there is actually a very thin line dividing workers' grievances and issues that have got to do with politics. There is issues are quite interchangeable.
The organization was hardly a year when it embarked on its first national strike, which was quite hard to the members, but they faced it as it came. There was slow pace of transformation and resistance to change by the authorities. Mass dismissals were observed. Over 540 members by the Department of Correctional Services emanating from the staffing and overtime issues as recent as 2004.
Then we started to realize that the unions will be a reality, but still there wasn't an appetite from the management side of the department or from government that unions should be allowed within the correctional services. And in 1990, legislation was passed to say that unions will not be allowed within the correctional services unless it was sanctioned by the commissioner. Now, needless to say, nobody applied for such permission, and if anybody should have applied, it would, of course, not have been granted.
It was one of those sectors that were very, very, very constrained because they couldn't self-express. They had to take orders. You would know that before 1993, grievances in the police, for instance, were dealt with whether they were collective or personal, they were not dealt with in a collective open platform.
There was an act which prohibited the police from embarking on strikes. So the police was dismissed summarily. We were suspended as correctional officers and went through boards of inquiries to determine our fitness and suitability. So numbers of correctional services members were dismissed. Now that put the leadership of the union under tremendous pressure, in the sense that those who were dismissed and suspended now, there was no income.
The big fear was obviously at the time, can I sacrifice my livelihood? What will happen if I get arrested, if I get suspended? Will there be some place that we could go for help, etc.? And I think that with my office, for that matter, who was involved in defending people, they could find a source of help. And I think this, to some extent, eased their fears.
POPCRU at that stage didn't have any income. When there was these court cases, we had to collect money from people. And you know, it's not an easy thing to do. Once the person gets his salary, after being suspended, and now having challenges, financial challenges, it wasn't easy to give these money.
That time, in membership, it was like inconsistent, because this month a person can come and bring whatever subscription, next month he doesn't come. We don't have the proper system actually to check if a member is a paid up or not, a paid up member or not.
Because you must remember, some people lost their houses, their cars. Others were so much in arrears that they couldn't afford to give money for anything else but to just save his house and to keep his family alive.
As a result, I was not even sure at some stage if I'm going to be paid at the end of the month. That's how bad it was.
Initially, the union had to operate in a hostile political environment. The police and prison authorities refused or flatly refused to recognize this union until in 1993 and 1994 respectively. No access to a deduction facility could be we enjoyed, dismissal and suspension of our members. Police management sponsored and encouraged the formation of rival organizations within these departments.
The formation of POPCRU was sided with the mass democratic movement. This made it possible for them to get help from leaders aligned to the MDM. However, they found it difficult in trying to join COSATU, which had reservations about having members of the security cluster within their ranks.
We were then having discussions with even people like Ellen Busak and them to give us political guidance. Because yes, we wanted to become part of the bigger political movements. Because we realized that on our own, yes, we can do a lot, but if we're part of the bigger movement, we will be even more effective.
I was fighting for recognition of POPCRU with COSATU. Because remember that the MDM formations didn't want it to do anything to do with police officers and prison officers.
The initial thinking among the leaders of the Federation was this is a no-go area. They were thinking that even those who were sponsoring the ideas were part of the state. Police were seen to be spies, to be people that might be plotted in to look and monitor the movement of the organization. So when the idea was raised by other people who says, in the world you have to organize everybody to be on your side, from the church people to the teachers and then etc. But people were said, yes, we can hear you, but not the police in particular. Those are the enemies of the working class. They should not be, you should not even come closer to them. If you are seen to be moving with police, will become suspicious yourself. I think what influenced people to change was the question of many other people who were involved in the struggles, were influencing the help that the movement as a whole have managed to work with some other police. Even in the higher ranking of the police, people will still say there are comrades within the state. There are people who have been deployed even by the movement to be in the police force, and these are the people that must be on your side on many, many occasions. And people were starting to tell stories. So-and-so, who was a leader of the movement, when the raiding was supposed to happen, police tipped those people, they managed to move it away, this and this and this, and people start to say, oh, by the way, there are people, they are on our side, they are experiencing the same problem. So it started to change, to defocus, and people were telling good stories about some individual police people who have been really working for the advancement of the struggle.
And therefore people must, appreciate the fact that we belong to COSATU today. It was a long battle. It was not an easy battle.
That is where we had an opportunity of being empowered politically and structurally, and our leaders got empowered, and we started now to operate like a trade union.
And it's good that we as POPCRU today, become sort of the backbone of supporting COSATU and the values we're standing.
The backbone of the system was in the police and in the corrections. And if we could weaken that at the least, or at the most, to break that, the support of the system, our liberation would have been closed.
We aligned ourselves with the ANC then already, and I was fortunate to, in that early stages, travel abroad with Gregory Rockman. And when the people met us there, their first question was, when can we go home? Because they realized that now the police and prison officers, they are against the system. And if that happens, that system is going to crumble.
We've got support from the ANC, and we met with in late April it could have been on the 30th of April 1989, we met with a delegation of the ANC in exile at the Lord Charles Hotel, who promised support and which we indeed got.
The formation of POPCRU hastened the demise of the apartheid system, leading to the release of Nelson Mandela and the start of the democratic negotiations. The MDM provided support to POPCRU against the onslaught of the apartheid machinery.
Chris Hani, shortly after he came into the country, he said to us, "You know, comrades, when we heard about you, we realized this is the last straw that's going to break the camel's back."
We knew that our liberation was not far. And we knew that the dawn of democracy will come sooner than, rather than later, as a result of the combined forces of the people at all spheres of life, inside and outside this country, South Africans and non-South Africans.
One must locate the issues of liberation in a broader terms on what was happening in the black society. And we know from history that what you need is mass mobilization, and mass mobilization also takes forms of the workers, takes the form of ordinary people, the NGOs and all that. So the formation of POPCRU came at that time when it was very clear that to defeat apartheid system, you need organizations. Because once you have organizations, you bring in the blunt instrument of mass action. So the formation of unions served two purposes. One, to deal with issue of liberation. Two, it was also about dealing with the rights of workers.
This was a sector that in terms of the Police Act 7 of 1958 was barred from having any union. But with the transformation and the advent of a free South Africa, POPCRU were some of, were actually pioneers in saying there is nothing wrong. Police, like other workers, have a right to organize, have a right to present a collective voice.
Previous relationships between POPCRU and the departments where we operate was that of hostility and pandemonium. This is during the era of POPCRU's establishment and few years post the formation. This situation has changed significantly.
We realized that we will have to make a dramatic change. We will have to take a quantum leap, to use that words, to accommodate unions within the department against the framework of the new South African Constitution, where freedom of association is guaranteed. And that is where we started then to say, look, let's go to Cabinet and get approval from Cabinet, take legislation to Parliament and change the Correctional Services Act so that we can make provision for POPCRU and other unions to register with the department and to become part of the organized bargaining chambers and bargaining councils that was made, for which provision was made within the Act.
Seeing that there was POPCRU was making inroads in the Department of Police and Corrections, and they started now to form alternative organizations that will support their cause, like SAPU, South African Police Union. It was formed by security branch to counter POPCRU in whatever they say about the police, only to find that, unfortunately, those were security branch members. One had no political direction. What they were doing was not ideologically informed. There was no principle that underpins what they want to do. Therefore, they could not make it against us.
We then started negotiations to ensure that there is legislation as well. That's where the sunset clause comes in with regard to correctional officials. that the affirmative action had to have a definite period where it would end. And then after that, we expected to come up with an employment equity plan that would ensure that more and more Africans are appointed in positions of authority. Because at that time, it was only white males who were in charge of the department. To a very less extent, the white females, but mostly white men.
Beyond 1994, they thought that government can take everything, but the police must still stay intact and be controlled by the previous government.
With the growth of POPCRU, cracks began to show within the organization. But with the guidance of COSATU, they managed to pull through and grow.
In 1994, when first democratic government was formed, we had a challenge of leaders leaving the movement. First, the founding president of POPCRU left. He went to parliament. In the next Congress, there was a squabble, fight for positions after he left. And in the Congress in 1995, things started to be bad. There were divisions that were inculcated by some infiltrators outside, and also by the lack of political experience in dealing with issues that were at hand at that time. The internal wrangles did not leave us. We had a Congress in 1998 where guns were thrown in Durban, and such incidents were very bad. But we were able to deal with that situation, and the Congress went through with the help, of course, of COSATU.
It was very, very intimidating, and fewer people, the late comrade Mashishi, the former president of SAM, was one of those people who just says, no, we'll stay here. This is our project, this is our comrade. They need to understand you don't solve problem through fighting. You need to convince one another, you need to talk, and you need to make sense. So after 2 or 3 days, the emotions were going down. They started to understand that comrades were there to help them for the bigger struggle. Remember, the majority of them were not the high-ranking police people, were the ones that were almost equally oppressed in dealing with those issues. And gradually they comprehend that this is a struggle. They have a role to play. They got a good contribution to make.
One of the things that we have made was to come with a resolution that says we close the door. No leader in POPCRU must be released to Parliament, because we could see that was creating a lot of problems. Yes, we could release comrades to the departments of correctional service and the police, but no member must be released into a political organization.
The fact that they could keep the structure of POPCRU going through all of those challenges must say quite a lot that this is an organization that have stood the test of time. They have integrity, and today the leadership that is at POPCRU are taking it from strength to strength.
During this fight, membership was declining. As membership was declining, because as you keep on fighting, you focus on fighting and leave the service to the members that you have. I think our membership declined up to 18,000 before 1996. And we find ourselves in the red in as far as revenue is concerned. We have to start afresh. And in the next Congress, the third Congress in 2001, we reported an increase of membership to 46,000 members. And in the next Congress, we reported an increase of membership in East London the Fourth Congress of 76,000 membership. And in Cape Town, that is where we reported a lot of progress. That is when we started to introduce a lot of service products for our organization, and where there was no competitor at that time who could stand in front of us.
I can assure members of POPCRU that their wishes and aspirations are in good hands. With the leadership that they have, they can rest assured that their interests have been taken care of. What we would like to have as correctional services is if we can sustain the relationship and sustain the collaboration, it can take us very far.
POPCRU encountered resistance from the security cluster system with their key approach of civil liberties, since they had inherited a system that was not catering for civil liberties.
The biggest battle that I think the union has had to confront and is still dealing with now is how do you transform a police from a police force to a police service? How do you make sure that the police begin to give service in a democratic society, in a society that has been characterized by massive violence, continue to be characterized by violence? We are supposed to then police under a democratic dispensation. This has been very difficult because the culture of policing under apartheid, there was this notion of this euphemism of saying you shoot first, you ask questions later.
One thing that we started to lobby was transformation in the police and corrections. And where do you lobby? In the ANC conferences as members of COSATU. First ANC conference in the country was talking about building the country and installing a new democratic government. We went through elections, form a government, it was formed, and now ANC forming policies. We were also in the lobby as part of COSATU of criminal justice department policy, especially correctional services and police. And that is where we have made our mark, and we submitted documents to ministers. We sat with them and lobby towards transforming the police from something that we called military-oriented policing to service-oriented type of police. We succeeded in that. Today we have, even in the Constitution, we no longer have a military type of a police. We have a service type of a police department in South Africa. Same applies to correctional service, same applies to traffic.
Now from 1994, you have to just transform the service from policing those people and servicing those people. And servicing them using the culture of democracy and using the Constitution. That, I think, has been one of the most frustrating challenge that the union is focused on.
Take people into task on implementation of such policies, as well as in the implementation now of affirmative action. That policy that the ANC came up with was a policy of creating equality in all, be it in the public service or in the what you call it. But our bosses were very strict, and they were very hostile to the implementation of the affirmative action. But fortunately, if we look back at correctional service and look back in the police, today you see black people in the top positions of the South African Police Service as well as the Department of Correctional Service.
One of the fundamental observations I've made, having been in the police, is that it's one of those sectors that cannot be self-insulated. You can only police if you partner with various stakeholders. First and foremost, for you to police the community, you need their licensing. They need to trust you. They need to know that with the power that you are given, because it's a very powerful job. And as police, we must learn, A, to embrace that power, 2, to live with it, and to honor the power and not to abuse it. And we're the only people who the Constitution gives a right to disenfranchise others. So it's very important as police that we understand that power and be able to wear that power with responsibility. The most important commodity in policing is the police person. Our budget is 73 billion. 75% of that budget goes to the salaries. You pay for the commodity that produces the product and the service, and that is the employee. The remaining 30% goes to the tools of trade, our cars, our guns, and all those. But I'm mentioning this to show you how fundamental the employee is. And this is where the union comes in as a partner. Because all of us are wanting to ensure that the employee, from our side, we want to ensure that the employee is well geared. We have created an enabling environment. We're able to extract from the employee, that ability to police and to produce the service and the product that comes from policing. The union, on the other hand, is saying, listen, this is my member, and I don't want my member to be abused. Neither do I want my member to suffer, but I want my member to be able to, there must be mutual benefit. So we share the same platform, and we can therefore ill afford to be at loggerheads and confuse this shared commodity or the shared person that is very fundamental to us. So partnerships with unions is crucial.
There are structures that are set up to engage. So it doesn't matter who is in the position, who will engage with anybody, be it one who was initially our member, will engage him to deal with issues, obviously, as we table them in terms of those structures that are laid there. And we expect the deployees in government or in various departments, obviously, our expectation is for them to deliver the services of the departments as prescribed in terms of the mandate. And we will push our issues in terms of ensuring that the conditions of our members are taken care of within that ambit. So there shouldn't be any debacle in respect of who sits in the position within the ambit of the employer.
For me, engagement is the real thing, and not having any condition whatsoever. I'm trying to talk to my colleagues as well on my level and those that report to me, especially people in HR, human resource, that let's go there, let's engage. And if there are challenges, come back to me so that we can give you a mandate. But we want to resolve all the issues that are work-related. And also when POPCRU sometimes might come with demands that we are not able to fund, we also make them aware that this is the situation as we have it from government side, and there's nothing that we can do.
We have a national office in Auckland Park and 9 provincial offices across the country, 1 office in each province. The structure of the national office bearers, as we speak, stands as first is the president, first and second deputy presidents, general secretary, first and second general secretaries, and the national treasurer. There are 5 provincial office bearers in each province and local office bearers below this structure of leadership, whilst we are represented by institutional leadership in each of the institutions around the entire country. As part of our strategic plan, we have since established 5 departments at national level, namely Secretariat, which coordinates all the administrative activities of the organization, collective bargaining, which deals with the bread and butter issues, which will term improvement of members' conditions of service. Then we've got legal, which deals with all court cases nationally. The 5th one, which is organizing and handles recruitment and membership retention, while the last one is finance, which deals with the organization's financial affairs. This is the total organizational machinery aimed at ensuring that our objectives are enhanced and fully comprehended. Members can hold union meetings freely during working hours. Members are released through the arrangement called full-time shop steward arrangement to do union work whilst under the employ of the state. We have joint sessions for training and other tasks with managers as per the arrangement. So, and we have, we can even utilize the employer's facilities for union work. So there's quite remarkable improvement in terms of relationship, looking back where we come from. The bargaining councils serve as a very important institutions which we established for negotiations at various levels, and we fully participate in these structures. Our participation is through development of position papers around specific matters for specific bargaining council. This is done through our bargaining conference, which we convene every 2nd year. The bargaining council is the organizational apparatus to make an assessment of the progress of previous bargaining issues, evaluate the challenges, experience and what determination, and make determination for the next round of negotiations. Then whatever that comes out of the bargaining council or our bargaining conference, it's channeled to different bargaining councils for actual negotiations. That's where collective agreements are concluded from time to time, and which obviously before finalizing such a collective agreement, we take mandate from the membership through the various structures in the country. We made all provincial secretaries full-time. We established full-time shop steward through a collective bargaining agreement, which we utilize this resource for representation of members. We have trained paralegals for arbitrations in all provinces. We have established a fully fledged legal office which handles all court cases across the organization. We are currently ensuring that POPCRU's history is appropriately archived through documenting. We've got 3 books already which are in place, namely which is the biography of the founding president, Gregory Rockman. Then it's 15 and 25 years of POPCRU's existence, and we are currently launching the 3rd edition, which is the critical part of this organization's history that must be archived. Part of the oncoming 9th National Congress is a discussion document dealing or detailing POPCRU's 30 years of gains and challenges. We will be publishing this as a book post this Congress. We have just developed a 4-year strategic plan for the term of office of the incoming national office bearers, for them to be in a better position to take the organization to the next pedestal. With 3 decades since inception, POPCRU has become the oldest trade union movement organizing police, correctional and traffic officers in the entire African continent. Not only did POPCRU stay alive for 30 unwavering years, it had frisked a major role in molding a shared sense of unity and purpose that endorsed it to develop in a force of commanding the support of the majority of police, correctional and traffic officers.
The concept budget is done by the FinCom, which is the Committee of Treasurers. treasurers from provinces, the HODs at head office, me, the treasurer, as a chairperson of such committee, where departments make presentations. When they make presentations, we look at the previous budget, whether such an item was ever financed before. If it was, or if it's a standing item that we must have every year, we agree on the percentage on how to up the budget. After those things have been done, they go to NEC. NEC will adopt then. The next financial year we have a planner. We have CECs every year, excluding the year in which we are going to have a Congress. So it is where everything is ratified. We've got two sources where we get our funds. The first one is a subscription by members. I'm talking about members of POPCRU. When they pay their subs, we get those funds on a monthly basis through the PESAL system, as well as the agency fee. There are those who are not members of POPCRU, neither member of any organization, who are members of the department in which we organize in. So such people pay a fee. That fee we divide amongst the recognized, or is divided amongst the recognized unions, which in the sectors in which we organize, for example, subs, there's only two. In the instance where your mandate you will receive this year and may not cover, in terms of budgeting process, may not cover the activity. Let me cite the issue of a Congress, where the Congress is far above what you will collect this year. We then have to get a mandate from the NEC to call some of the funds from our investment, because we do have investments. But day-to-day and mandate we collect is in the call account, so ensure that it is available when it is needed. Then the rest that is not utilized in the year goes to the investments.
The business arm of the organization, obviously, it has got a specific mandate, which is it's operating in terms of the Company Act. But where it comes in terms of addressing the issues of our members, it's the products that they develop, which takes care of the bursaries of the members and their kids. It takes care of, well, those who have bereavements. They are taking care of the funeral schemes and advice they can give to the members and so on. So it's more on that's specifically designed for POPCRU members. Of course, they are operating within the entire market or the entire industry. So for POPCRU members, it will be specific benefits which will not find anywhere.
On March 21, 1960, the apartheid security forces opened fire and shot at people in Sharpeville protesting against
Amandla! Viva POPCRU, viva!
Good afternoon.
Molweni, Dumelang, Absheni, Tovela. Goedemiddag. Is het goedemiddag? Okay. Mandin Bulise, in short, nje all protocol observed. Comrades, outgoing, executive, members that are here, nabangenayo ndiyanibuthisa nonke. Igama nguncedisa Mthenjwa from the Elections Agency. I am here to do the nomination procedures. Comrades, a brief history, we were appointed by POPCRU in June to conduct your national elections. You are electing 7 positions, that is your president, first deputy president, second deputy president, your general secretary, first deputy general secretary, second deputy general secretary, and your national treasurer. The elections agency prepared and distributed the nomination packages to all 9 provinces on the 7th of October. Nominations officially opened on the 8th of October and officially closed on the 18th of October at 5 p.m. We received the nominations and scrutinized them to check if they are indeed valid nominations. What qualified the nomination is that the nomination must be submitted on a prescribed nomination form provided by the elections agency. It must contain the surname and names of the proposed candidates per position. It must contain a signature and a declaration of nomination acceptance by the proposed candidate. The nomination or the person must be nominated by at least 2 provinces. A province is not allowed to nominate or second a different candidate for the same position, and that nomination forms must be being signed by the provincial chairperson and the provincial secretary of the respective province submitting the nominations. Comrades, you were directed to then return the nominations for the attention of the POPCRU National Congress Returning Officer. You were provided with a fax number and an email address in which to make those submissions. Comrades, at this point in time, all provinces did participate in the nomination and seconding process. The outcome of the nomination, comrades, indicate that all positions are listed. Comrades, let us bear in mind that I will give you the names of the validly nominated candidates, and this does not mean that we are announcing the results. Results are a last but one item that will be done on the last day of Congress. Comrades, for the position of president, and no clapping, this is just point of information. Clapping and celebrations will be done on Friday. Please be on down there. For the position of president, there's only one candidate that was nominated successfully, and that is none other than Comrade Zamele Kolokolo. First deputy president, there's one name also, and that is the name of Kehla Marurung Masemula. Your second deputy president nominated is Comrade Khubona Mang Boni Marekwa. Your General Secretary that has been unanimously nominated is Comrade Nkosinathi Telede. Your first Deputy General Secretary is Comrade Lawrence Rankele Msindo. Your second Deputy General Secretary is Comrade Nomalanga Mabugela. Eastern Cape. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Can we have a proper mic?
Ngiyaleboga. I said my name is Lois Omdingi, the provincial chairperson of POPCRU in the Eastern Cape. I'm standing here on behalf of 108 delegates to say we are proposing all nominations to be closed. Thank you very much.
Comrades, I'm looking for a question directed to me. I will hand over to the program director of the session, I advise, because my assumption was that nominations closed on the 30th of October. Do we have a question? Gauteng, I saw a board from Gauteng. Okay. Comrades, further questions? Right. Masi endorse because zivaliwe vele in-nominations, comrades. Thank you very much.
Here we go. 5.
It is just after the lunch break, and my name is KCB. We are still here at the Durban ICC for the POPCRU 9th National Congress. And with me in studio today is Mamria Bier. Nijani ma? I'm okay, ma. It's just like I had a really hard time getting the pronunciation right and just practicing. Please, ma, do not strangle me. Did I say it right?
You did say it perfectly well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a very interesting one for you, ma. Safer South Africa. What does that mean, and what is your involvement within Safer South Africa and with the POPCRU?
Okay. Let me start with the involvement with POPCRU. And I'll start off really by taking this opportunity to congratulate them on 3 decades of their existence. And for me, really, I wish to congratulate them because this progressive union they have is one of those that are established in a very, very difficult space And at the time, they started organizing themselves to establish this union. It was almost impossible. But that they did, and that 3 decades later, they are still there as a powerful, strong union in this space. It only behoves us, and it only, encourages all of us to say to them, well done.
Thank you for those well wishes, ma.
And then, let me then transit and talk about Safer South Africa Foundation and the connection with POPCRU. I extend my congratulations to them, because I think there are very few unions who are able to think as progressively as they did, and to actually be in a space where they say we are not just a union that is looking at the rights, the working conditions of our members. We are not an island entire of itself. We are part of a bigger cosmos, which is the community. At their Congress, the 7th Congress that took place in 2011, this very union that we're celebrating today took a decision to establish a foundation called Safer South Africa Foundation. And the reason they did so is because if you take the crime continuum,
yes,
and start saying the management of crime, there will be prevention on the one axis, and there would be, which is more proactive, to start saying you prevent crime before it happens by doing particular things. And if you go to the other axis, you would find reactive interventions, where you now have, and it's a very busy space. The people who are going to that side of the crime continuum have crossed the line.
Yes, but briefly, because I know there's some people at home who might not understand the two dynamics. So just a brief example of reactive and a brief example of
Precisely.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Let's take a young girl or a young boy. No? When we talk about prevention, where we are proactive, we will go to the school to bring the police, to bring the magistrates, to bring the traffic officers, to bring the Human Rights Commission, to bring the bank, to come and teach them about crime prevention, not doing crime. And it's a space where we have to come in as society to bring in positive education around saying crime does not pay. If you commit crime, you're going to find yourself in a space that you don't have to be. And in that very space, by the way, we're competing with criminals, because they're coming to say to them, you can make some little bit of money, go sell these drugs for me, you can join our clubs, you're younger, you're small, you'd be able to swing, to get through.
So even within the prevention space, you've got opposition.
Yes, and if you don't come in that space deliberately, in a focused manner, you are not giving that child the opportunity to make the right choices. So if you come with your positive information, your positive intervention, which is what we do in Safer South Africa Foundation, we're saying, yes, they might be telling you to sell drugs, but remember you have a choice and you have a great future ahead of you. And if you do that and you're arrested, you are having a criminal record that will stop you from being the judge that you're willing to be in future, stop you from being the chartered accountant that you think you would be, because you have a criminal record. But remember that you can also come and be healthy and be powerful and end well by just leading a good life that is full of integrity. So that's the education on the proactive side that you're coming in. On the reactive side, that child has crossed the line. The child has been arrested. And what are we dealing with? We're dealing with the police doing what? Opening a docket. We're dealing with the NPA doing what? Assessing the quality of that case. We're talking about this child being processed by the correctional people in jail. We're talking about rehabilitation. It's a lost life. So if you look at that, what POPCRU did was to say, we are active in the reactive side of things. But what can we do to mobilize communities to work with us
On the prevention
to
side of
fight
things.
crime on the prevention side, and then we can together squeeze this crime.
I love that foresight because, I mean, over the years, especially in the recent months, we've seen a rise in domestic violence, gender-based violence. What does initiative like Safer South Africa say to you as a woman? I know it's got a special place in your heart as opposed to many other male counterparts. What does it say to you as a female?
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 examples, and I'll come to the one that you're asking me. You recall there was a child who stabbed a teacher, a 24-year-old maths teacher in Northwest, and killed him. We went to that school, but it was after the fact. But we realized that in the middle of that reactive and proactive, there are many children who are at risk. When you hear them talking about gangsterism and all those stuff, those are children who are already at risk. We still have something that we can do. We offered a program at that school, and the principal, the Department of Education, when they came back, they came to us and said, what did you do to these children? We said, no, it was only awareness, it was education, and it's not done by us, by the way. We bring the police themselves to come and teach them. We bring the traffic officers to come and teach them. The magistrates come and teach them. NPA, the human rights, the professors are, all those people, the corrections people and whatever. And it creates another thing because the children have never interfaced or interacted with the police in this fashion. They start to see a different side of the police. They're able to ask more questions. They're able to go to a magistrate and ask many other things. And what we also do, we give them experiential learning. Because what we do is to say, after they've taught them, given them academic input, there's a day they spend in court, a whole day, to see how a court operates. And then after the academic input by the correctional service, there's a complete separate day where they spend an entire day in jail to see how a jail works. And they even bring them some of the juvenile offenders to come and address them. Tell them that you don't have to come to this hotel.
Yes.
You have better choices and all that. Now let me come to gender things. As we do our work in those schools, we meet harrowing stories where a child now realizes that, oh, there's somebody I can trust, there's somebody I can talk to. They would go to our coordinator to say, can you help me talk to Colonel so-and-so or Brigadier so-and-so who was teaching us? I'm tired of being raped by my father. It's a type of things we're meeting. And issues of gender-based violence, we're having an organization that is approaching us because we also would like to add a module. We realize that it is something that we need to teach our children on the prevention side of things, to start saying, whether you're right or wrong, you can always be polite.
I just want to throw one in on the preventative side or the preventative measures. As a male child, this one is personal to me. I feel like the male child is isolated in the community. Most male boys or the boy child is expected to be a man, is expected to be a provider. There's so many expectations, but there's no way where he mimics and he understands manhood from a man's perspective, what it means to be a man. So now this boy grows up at 18, he's supposed to be a perfect boyfriend, he's supposed to be a perfect husband, a perfect brother, a perfect all these things, but he's never had anybody to look up to. Are there any initiatives that you do as POPCRU that are strong like the Girl Child initiatives that can groom young men to be responsible, active members of society, to protect these women and decrease things like gender-based violence?
Look, there aren't any particular initiatives, but it's a gap that society is starting to realize. You know, just recently I was at some place with women, I was talking to women, and I was saying to them, we can't be lamenting. Aren't these boys our children? Aren't these husbands sons of women? So I have a big thing to start saying, how did we bring you up? How did I bring her up? What is it that we have to do starting at base? Yes, on the other side, there are many problems that we're dealing with. But I think for me, the family is fundamental. And when I say the family, I'm not talking on this, you know, what shall I say, the modernized family where we talk about a father and a mother. Families are in different forms. But if the home base is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, we are losing the course. And I think it is about time that we start saying, in this whole hullabaloo and the noise and what we're realizing in the community, why is this thing called the family? Because, you know, in IT they talk about garbage in is garbage out. So when I present this child to their school, when I present this child to church, when I present this child to a soccer club, what am I presenting? What did my hands do as a mother or as a single father? So we need to really go back to base. The teacher, I cannot franchise my parenting role to the teacher. It's not a free franchise. The teacher must work at least on the basis of something that I've done.
There should be a foundation laid
Precisely.
at home already.
So I think as a nation, we need to come to conversations to start saying, what are we doing at the base where we're producing these beautiful South Africans, whether they are male or female.
Mama, we really appreciate that advice and that insight, especially coming from Mama. You know, as abantu abasha asilahliwe silaxaziwe, but there are preventative measures being put in place or set in motion to prevent these things from happening. Isilungu siyasho ukuthi prevention is better than cure.
Yes.
And ngiyasidlile isikhathi sakho ma. Sibonga kakhulu ukuba nawe. Thank you so much for the pearls of wisdom that you have dropped today, and thank you for elaborating on this Safer South Africa, because we all hear about it, but we do not know, we do not have insights or context to what it does exactly. Sibonga kakhulu ma.
Maybe Mrs. Vala, I'll say to you, since the inception in 2011, we've reached over 60 schools, over 3,000 children, and we're taking the conversation further. Next year, we're bringing them, all the ones that have won their essay competitions. We're launching the National Debating and Dialogue of Youths for a Safer South Africa under Safer South Africa Foundation of this mighty POPCRU.
Well, thank you for those stats as well, because a lot of times we have initiatives, but we don't see impact. There's no follow-up afterwards. So it's good to hear that there's follow-up, that there's tangible products of the foundation. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us here in studio. We're going to cross back live to the conference.
From its inception, police officers, correctional, and traffic officers. Now, the foundation of POPCRU, it was based on four basic reasons. Firstly, officers were the most oppressed workers in the public service. Those who were used by the machinery to oppress the rest of the community or the citizens were the most oppressed workers within the entire public service. Secondly, they were used by the previous wicked government to uphold the apartheid system. And thirdly, their needs and interests were in contradiction with police management. Fourthly, policing policy in South Africa at the time was seen as being outside the international norms and standards insofar as policing is concerned. These were the four main fundamental principles which led to those guys over there to form this giant organization. Now, POPCRU today is a heir and descendant of, but different creature, from the one that was established in 1989 on the 5th of November. Since its establishment, it staggered from one form of challenge to the other. It staggered from one challenge to the other. We are from an era where change of leadership was the norm. In fact, we were the most unstable affiliate in COSATU. We hold Congress today. There's a leadership announced you plan the removal for the next Congress immediately after that Congress. It plunged into financial deficit and faced a bleak way forward during that time. It has since grown from strength to strength. With all those challenges, the organization has grown from strength to strength. Remarkable dividends organizationally they are remarkable, and our capacity to learn from the past is one of the greatest strengths moving to the future. Now, you say no labor movement, which has so openly and meticulously addressed its past as we are doing, because we can always make reference to what we went through. Now, what is the character of POPCRU? Unconventional character. Now technology is dealing with me. Okay. The unconventional culture of the working class, collective response to pressure exerted on officers and physical and psychologically place of surviving under the apartheid system. That's the background. Now, out of this oppressed class within the security environment, the officers began to resist. They began to develop an organization of POPCRU stature, shaped method of struggle, and found own organizational cultural position. It was developed since then, its culture. Then this became the basis of dialectic crafting of POPCRU's organizational culture. Now, its character is that of a civil rights movement, which ensures that the rights of all officers are equally protected. Historically, historical mission, POPCRU had to manage internal contradictions due to its democratic and broad-based character. It gained moral high ground through commitment to principle. It became exemplary leadership conduct, and cadres, a culture of openness to new ideas and debate, willing to learn from others and its own internal mistakes. That was that's this part of his character. Further leading growing membership on a broader organizational, political, and organizational issues, including campaigns. Ideologically, or the ideological consciousness of this movement, officers had to be cadres, leaders, ideologues, organizers, defenders, and promoters of the organizational cause. Now, community policing as a goal, or became a goal, still as a character that fires within the core movement. The success of such the success of such policing is that all such have to be cadres of ideologues, freedom fighters, organizers, as the cause of the struggle. Now, POPCRU has been the voice of reason since its inception. The 8th National Congress said not once in 30 years, well, it was 25 years at that time, now in 30 years, of its existence has POPCRU ever feared to have a voice. I think you heard that voice today calling for the official relief from duties of Tito Mboweni. It has always been a voice of reason. A voice for a greater purpose, a voice for transformation within the criminal justice system, and South Africa on its entirety. That's how it has always been. So we must always have a voice in some activities in our daily lives, and the legacy of this union will survive through all of our actions. Now, POPCRU is a democratic organization. Central to its character is that it's a democratic organization, and this forms its organizational culture, and without doubt, its organizational and political discipline. That's how its character is shaped. Going further, these are mainly what the academics are explaining about organizational culture, which will have what André POPCRU said, the researchers, various researchers have said about culture, which the culture is described as is the value, it is the values, symbols, interpretations, and perceptions that distinguish one people from another in modernized society. It is not material objects and other tangible aspects of the society, of human society. It is seen as being central to organizational success rather than factors such as structure, strategy, or politics. Now, having had that exposition of what organizational culture entails, let's talk to POPCRU's ethical outlook. Starting by asking the question, what are the ethics of the class struggle that the organization should define? It is the values and the principles that should inform and guide this movement on its course against the economic exploitation. Those are the class struggle, the ethics of class struggle that the organization should define. Now, some philosophers, they say the use of standards of rationality and reasonableness to guide, evaluate, and criticize reasoning, both of own and that of others, as they define those ethics of the class struggle. The purpose of dealing with this point, a question should be asked as to what the basis of the modern class antagonism entails, which is all classes, as in all classes will, as in the past, fight bitterly to retain their superior position to all the workers. That's all. Now, the only class that can be relied on for the abolition of privilege and power to exploit is the underprivileged, propertyless working class. That's the class that can be relied upon, not the one that retains superior power over others. Now, the recognition of a class struggle is consequently the only effective basis of the working class action. For it is undeniably irresponsible to expect that the capitalists will of their own accord get off the backs of the workers, because that's where they they rely on to suck the blood to the fullest. Now, the expectation from this conference, as an organization, how can we best accomplish the objectives conveyed in the term unionist? By this means, and this means alone, we can accomplish what organizationally we want. What is it that has separated many of the working classes in the past? As part of our ethical outlook, what should be our approach to unionism? That's what this conference should answer as you tackle the organizational renewal report. Now, key areas of focus, key focus areas, which is worker control, POPCRU structures and committees must be controlled by the workers who are their owners. That's what worker control entails. Paid up membership, POPCRU must always make every effort for its independence and self-reliance, because we know what the donors do. They don't do it for free, they do it with some expectation. Service to members, POPCRU should always ensure provision of service to its membership at all times. Provision of service to its membership. Education of shop stewards, organizers and members to ensure general coherence around strategic aims, as well as growing ability to handle the new legal procedures for disputes. That's part of the education and training. Administratively, what are the systems that should be put in place to ensure that the machinery is well oiled? POPCRU must create administrative systems tailor-made to effectively and efficiently drive the organization at any level of its operation. Internationally, international worker solidarity. International solidarity is the lifeblood of trade unionism, particularly in the era of multinational companies or corporations. POPCRU maintains relations with a range of national and international, out of this understanding of internationalism. POPCRU maintains or created and maintained relations with a range of national and international labor organizations. And you are a witness, they are here, majority of them. Now, coming to, as part of the organizational renewal, we are talking about the trade union politics, starting with trade unionism and politics. Trade unionism and politics. Professor Mpariseni Budeli explained this trade unionism and politics as he said, there is no study of trade unionism without politics. No study of trade unionism without politics. Trade unionism and politics offers some meticulousness due to the historical, social, political, legal, and economic context in terms of our own here at home. And Eddie Webster, Professor Webster said, when explaining that, trade unionism, said trade unions in Africa have a long tradition of political engagement, beginning with their involvement in the anti-colonial movements through present-day struggles for democracy. That's how they explain trade unionism. Now, some of the African revolutionaries who dealt with this part in terms of exposition of what trade unionism and politics entail is the Tanzanian Julius Nyerere, who said, denoted to the union movement and the political party as two legs of the same nationalist movement. He denoted to this movement, as two legs of the same nationalist movement. Now, who Sekou Toure of Guinea-Bissau. He said the improvement of the workers' economic quandary, which means the predicament, could be attained only by political action and victories. Now, Chief Albert Luthuli, one of the presidents of the African National Congress until 1967, said while the South African Congress of Trade Unions, which was SACTU, predecessor of COSATU, whilst it must participate, he said, while South African Congress of Trade Unions must pursue an independent policy in the interest of the workers, it must also participate unreservedly in the struggle to mobilize the people behind their demands as embodied in the Freedom Charter, and must cooperate with all other organizations in the struggle. That's participation, obviously, in politics. Now, the former Secretary General of the ANC, Walter Sisulu, said, at this time he was the Secretary General of the ANC, he said, the victory can only be won and imperialism uprooted by forging strong ties of alliance between the liberation movements and the trade union movements, by correcting any misconceptions that the trade union had nothing to do with politics. And similarly, he said political leaders must know that the struggle of the people depends on the workers, and therefore it must be their duty to organize workers into the trade union movement. And that's what the SG at the time has said. Now for SATU, which was absorbed into COSATU, it said unions should only address the economic and working conditions of workers and desist from becoming political actors. You would remember the FOSATU, or some of the leaders in FOSATU, they were those who were opposed to the formation of COSATU in 1985, because ideologically they believed in that kind of approach. You deal with bread and butter issues, stay away from politics. You are not politicians. Now, what should be POPCRU's approach to trade union politics? No question that its primary organizational mandate is and must remain ensuring protection of its membership and the integrity of its trade, improvement of benefits, and working conditions for the members through increased bargaining power. That's our primary mandate, of course. It's our primary mandate. Now, in the same way that the locomotive and backdrop of the struggle against apartheid was the organized power of the working class, any further qualitative advance in the NDR, National Democratic Revolution, will be dependent on POPCRU's power and political consciousness. How conscious are we that we should do certain things and not do the others? And POPCRU requires enhanced knowledge about the political, economic, and social situation to be able to interchange with stakeholders on issues that affect workers beyond wages and working conditions. Now, whilst academic education plays an important role in raising awareness amongst leaders and members, political consciousness, on the other hand, provides the political abilities needed to address the challenges that control the labor movement at any level. Now, POPCRU as a trade union movement must fully enjoy its autonomy whilst playing a more important role within the political discourse. For this reason, POPCRU can be excluded from active participation in politics. It can be. Let's come to this class struggle. What is it? What does it entail, the class struggle? This discussion sparks a conversation about the working class leadership, obviously, even before you explain it. How do workers lead, and what does it really mean in practice? Do workers take a backseat when the struggle is for the national liberation? Do they take a backseat and become onlookers? What should be the role of labor organizations which claim to represent the workers? Should trade unions take part in political activities? Now, one of the greatest revolutionaries, Ujo Slovo, talking to this aspect, he said, the economic struggles between workers and bosses at the point of production, which inevitably spill over into the broader political arena, is claimed to be the class struggle. This is sometimes coupled with a view that the trade union movement is the main political representative of the working class. That's how Joslovo explained the class struggle. Now, inferring from the above clarification, class struggle is both the reality of everyday life under capitalism and the way forward to a society based on human needs and no profit. No profit. Because the owners of the means of production have a single goal of increasing profit by sucking the blood of workers. Since profits are based on the value that the workers add in the production, above and beyond the cost of production, including wages, owners try to keep the cost of labor as low as possible, which is what they are preaching here in South Africa. Utito Mboweni is saying the labor laws must be relaxed. They are too tight. We can't hire and fire, and that's what business is preaching. Big business is preaching. Labor laws, we can't invest in South Africa because we have strict labor laws. On the other hand, need to earn enough for food, clothing, shelter, education, and other necessities. Those are the needs, or the workers need those. Workers and owners' interests are diametrically opposed to each other. The others, they want maximum profit. Others want good working conditions and good benefits. So they are diametrically opposed to each other. This is the basis for the class struggle. Now, where does POPCRU feature in this? POPCRU is the mouthpiece representing workers within the security sector. Ideally, we must unite all workers at whatever level and political consciousness who understand the forthright need to come together to defend and advance their economic conditions. That's an ideal situation. But we find ourselves now in government, no equivalent market pressures to which it is compelled to respond, who is exploiting police officers, correctional and traffic officers, who's denying them control of working conditions, better working conditions. That's our government, and our ANC government for that matter. Now, from there on, political education should organizationally creep in to deal with the ideological shortfalls. Where we lack politically, we need political education. Hence, we've got from time to time political education, political schools. It's just because we don't have enough resources, we would have this annually, even if it means twice a year, because that's important. Our movement is struggling this way because they've got a resolution about political school, and but it's not implemented. It's not implemented. Now, when officers in the trenches tell enlisted personnel to carry out orders in the service of imperialist war, and soldiers refused, that is a form of class struggle. When workers come together to fight for health care, as we should be doing, to fight for NHI, or to defend social security, that is a class struggle. Even soldiers. I mean, Thomas Sankara said, an unconscious or a soldier without political consciousness is a potential criminal. A soldier without political consciousness is a potential criminal. So we must be politically conscious. Yes. Now, in practical terms, within the scope where we operate, make a class analogy of what's happening within the public service. So when the state gets restructured, huge burden is imposed on the public servants. And that's where they run, as the song today is that the public purse is exhausted by the public servants. So cut the wage bill, cut the public servants, the establishment. Now, police officers must learn new ways of dealing with crime in an environment that protects human rights. Teachers must accept redeployment away from their homes. Nurses must take on the new responsibilities around primary health care, so on and so on. So, and we are living at a time marked by profound changes in the political, economic, and social landscape on a global scale. Now, our program, our government has adopted liberal policies which demand of a lean and mean public service. That's why they are saying public servants are, the public service is bloated. So cut them. They want a lean and mean. The 1996 class, they said, when they were saying, talking about the rationalization of the public service, they want a lean and mean, lean and mean public service, cut to the bone. And in 2004, we experienced mass dismissals from correctional services. Mass dismissals. And why? Because workers were merely demanding overtime pay that they've worked. They demanded overtime pay that they've worked. And as a result, because the organization took that struggle over, we experienced about over 500 dismissals of members in correctional services. Now, Treasury has given instructions to the Department of Correctional Services and the police to cut their establishment. There should not be recruitment in the police for the next 3 years. Those are the struggles that we should wage. Part of the resolutions, obviously, should be to deal with this, because this is what's going to bring the burden on the members, the overworked, those overstretched police stations and the traffic stations and correctional centers. They will even be lesser and lesser in terms of staffing. Now, on the other hand, public hospitals are overstretched in terms of manpower. Teacher unions are complaining of government implementing policies without consultation, and many other wrong and policies applied by the government across the public service. Let's come to the class consciousness. Technology. Class consciousness. We've dealt with class struggle. We're coming to class consciousness, which is explained by Marx. Karl Marx saying the working class can only succeed in the cause of self-emancipation from the yoke of capitalism by not only recognizing its class position, but by consolidating the struggle for the elimination of class opponents. obviously, which is capital. Now, this is the distinctive awareness of a common vested interest and the need for collective political action to bring about social change. And simply put, the workers needed to see themselves as one unit. Together, they could revolt and change their working conditions. But if you are far apart, obviously, you'll never, or disunited, you will not reach that goal. Thus, awareness of class interest and looking for ways to advance this interest in the class struggle is called a class consciousness. Now, revolutionary leadership. What does it mean? It means the leadership role in a trade union has multiplicity of demands placed on it. That leadership has got multiplicity of demands placed on it. Not only does it require a definite amount of technical knowledge of the nature of the industry of their particular organization, but also to consolidate an understanding of the workers, their attitude, and their challenges or problems. A certain amount of commitment and responsiveness for a cause, even in indeterminate conditions, it's of crucial importance, of necessity importance. Now, POPCRU is a goal-oriented organization, and it has established certain institutionalized practices to realize its goals. What kind of leadership should we build to take POPCRU's continued survival and its aspirations forward? It must be inculcated in the leadership of POPCRU that the absence of an ideology underlying its organizational vision, the political programs and politics in general, is gloomy and miserable. It must be able, the leadership must be able to carefully evaluate the victories and setbacks, the strengths and weaknesses, the positives and negatives of each circumstance. That's the role of the leadership. And a further function of a leadership is to offer a positive guidance to the entire organization, to direct members to certain ends and positively to certain positive purpose. The organizational discipline and self-discipline. In terms of discipline, we're saying it's essentially a political matter. Discipline is a political question, a core part of the organizational culture of a revolutionary trade union, of our stature, and a distinct attribute of a cadre. That's what discipline entails. Without discipline, there can be no revolutionary cadre. Without a systematic implementation of cadre policy, the state of discipline will naturally decline or collapse. Now, exemplary leadership, having defined that revolutionary leadership, POPCRU members and leaders should be proud bearers and holders of a 3 decade of exemplary leadership. Yes. An important POPCRU's political leadership function is to cultivate self-discipline, organizational discipline, and promote exemplary conduct at all times. POPCRU members should be exemplary people and positive role models who are respected members of their own institutions and to other organizations. That's how we should how we should deal with the discipline. No factionalism. No leader of POPCRU at any level of leadership should openly or underhandedly engage in factionalist activity. Each time when any of such misbehavior transpires at any level, the elected leadership should be able to deal with it promptly irrespective of who is involved, in order for the leadership and membership to observe self-discipline and organizational discipline. Internal democracy, trade union movements are the expression of economic, social, and political diversity. They contribute to formation of expression of the will of their membership and are a fundamental instrument for a political participation. Now, their creation, meaning the trade unions, their creation and the exercise of their activities are free, you see now, are free insofar as they respect the provisions of their constitution and adopted policies. Their structures, their internal structure and operation must therefore be democratic. POPCRU has cultivated a culture of internal democracy and vigorous debates. Unlike other parties that bottled up and crushed internal democracy, ideological debates, POPCRU has survived and flourished because of the ability to manage and harness internal debates and leadership contests. Well, if this can be maintained for generations to come, POPCRU will survive generations to come, and it must. Now, the democracy as a goal, principle and part of POPCRU's strategic approach should be upheld throughout this movement's structure, meaning at any level of its existence. Collective leadership, elected leadership, election of leadership, of POPCRU leadership at all levels is constitutionally regulated, and the elected leadership can be recalled before the end of the period, depending if they are not disciplined. POPCRU members, according to the Constitution and further interpreted through its policy, have a right to take part in elections and be elected to any committee, structure, or part of a delegation. POPCRU leadership has, POPCRU has a collective leadership at various levels, not individuals, or not a single leader. It's a collective from institutional committees, local shop committees, PECs, PSCs, and up to the level of the National Executive Committee. The Constitution sets out the powers of each of these structures, and they are expected to operate as a collective. No choice. All members must take responsibility to explain and ensure the application of decisions and pronouncements arrived at through these collectives. The structures of this organization are set up in such a way that they should allow for meetings at prescribed systematic intervals at all levels. And these are the platforms created as a machinery for decision making, including consultation. Our structures must be used to ensure that adequate consultation by leadership and or membership takes place. That's when you deal with elected leadership, collective leadership, and consultation. Where we are now, which is at the National Congress, which is the high decision-making structure of our unitary organization. We are not a federal one. We can't have this Congress and then one province say, no, we are doing our own at the other side. As constitutionally prescribed, the National Congress consists of mandated individuals from various levels of the organization. And institutional, local and provincial congresses are operated within the constitutional and policy provision. All these structures of the organization are bound by the decisions arrived at this structure, which is the National Congress. That is the supremacy and authority of the National Congress. Now, the mandates, accountability, and reporting. Our organizational structures should provide elected members with mandates to guide them when they represent POPCRU in its various structures, including external organizations or bodies. For example, departments, parliament, in various bargaining councils, and so on and so on. When the organization appoints its representatives for different bodies, it should always have policies and broad strategies in place geared towards transforming a particular sector or department. The role of our representatives should be to ensure that such policies are carried through for the required purpose. We expect the leadership to lead our movement, ensuring that we respond to challenges that we implement our programs. However, when there's a need to change its strategy or policy, we expect leadership and representatives to consult and get fresh mandated positions for such new direction. Reporting back to our members and constitutional structures is not a favor but a requirement. It's an important part of our organizational democracy. Reporting back. Criticism and self-criticism. As part of democratic principles, we don't consider any of our members being beyond criticism. And this includes our organization and its leaders, which are also not beyond reproach or beyond criticism. Part of being a cadre also means an ongoing process of self-criticism, evaluation, learning, improving our strategies, tactics, and policies of our organization. This is broadly an accepted custom and norm, and it should be integrated into the work of our constitutional structures. This means we should have regular assessment, continuous questions added, and constructive criticisms encouraged at all levels. Leadership and entire membership should at all times be humble and prepared to listen to constructive criticism. Constructive criticism. Democratic centralism, what does it entail? POPCRU is a national and not a unitary organization, as I said. Even if individuals have motivated or voted for a different position, they still have a responsibility to advocate for a decision that has been concluded or came resolved upon. It is part of our democratic culture to debate and discuss our strategies, policies, and tactics in order to clarify ourselves and deepen our understanding of all these issues. Now, these three issues or principles will certainly empower POPCRU to fulfill its role as a national movement, bonding the organization as a whole. One, decision of the majority shall prevail. After thorough deliberation and debates on a specific item in the constitutional structures, a decision gets taken that becomes binding to the one who was, even to the one who was violently opposed to that decision or discussion. That point, decision of higher structures bind lower structures. As indicated above, since POPCRU is a national organization, this principle is applicable to everybody. Responsibility of the leadership and cadres. POPCRU's nature and character necessitates that all leaders and cadres have to earnestly take their duties and responsibilities. Ideological tools of trade unions, trade unionism within the trade union literature and politics, which talks to all these areas. Trade union is engaged in three major types of activities, namely economic, political, and cooperative. The economic activities are carried on by trade unions enthusiastic to attain and accomplish job and income control through joint action collectively. The political activities of are usually aimed at substituting the competitive private property command with a political understanding system. Now, contemporary conditions of trade unionism are complicated, demanding, and challenging. Now, the willingness to offer heroism and organizational stability are no longer enough, even though they are still important to these days. The propaganda of capital and its governments is elaborate and crafty. Elaborate and crafty. The monopolies and the multinational companies train their people in all sorts of propaganda, obviously to deal with the working class. Now it's therefore an obligation from all POPCRU leadership, including the broader membership, to have an ideology, the ideology and trade union level that is demanded under these conditions. This should be continuous and increased need to strengthen ideological and trade union tools within our organization. What should be POPCRU's approach in dealing with the oil? That was the question that we were answering all these questions. I mean, that question in particular. Strategic positioning of POPCRU. No technology. Anyway, fast-changing world, that's where we are. The globalization, outsourcing, privatization, capital mobility, and restructuring of welfare state cause employment and income uncertainty as a result of globalization. Now, historically, the trade union movement has played a crucial role fighting for decent wages, workplace health, and safety working hours, equal rights, and safety net for those who can't work. We have specifically, in terms of POPCRU's approach now, we have a responsibility to do all we can to make sure that POPCRU continues to help bring about social justice. We've got that responsibility of ensuring that we bring about social justice. We must make sure that this organization is ready to organize, service its membership, create shared aims among people with diverse backgrounds, forge coalitions with other progressive institutions while engaging all members in the trade union movement, regardless of their age. Now, this can take place if we are in a better position to change policies from time to time, as we would be doing in this Congress. Now, being the mouthpiece, POPCRU has to play a meaningful role in influencing policy formulation for the good of the workers it represents. It must ensure promotion of the social, economical, and political interests of these employees through progressive policy outcomes. For this reason, the organization needs to create and strengthen its technical capacity insofar as policy formulation is concerned. That's our role in policy formulation. Internationalism, I think I've spoken to it. That's just what the 2017 Congress, CEC have said in terms of dealing with issues with internationalism and explaining what internationalism entails. Now, with that understanding of internationalism, what it entails, in 2002 we had a project of promoting sound labor relations within SADC and beyond. Now, from a solidary point of view, we should see international team spirit as an obligation to look beyond borders. That's why that decision was taken in the Congress in 2002. As an international organization, we have expanded our support to those most in need in other countries through a project called Promoting Sound Labor Relations within SADC and beyond. POPCRU has recognized the attainment of social and political rights for police employees is not only important in South Africa, but should be achieved in the rest of the Southern African region and broadly within the continent. Now, first, POPCRU is committed to democratization of Southern African region and maintains that civil and police rights for police rights for police employees are an integral part of a societal democratization. Secondly, and what should be instrumentally, POPCRU is concerned that South African police unions will be increasingly isolated if fellow police officers in the region do not also have the right to associate freely or collectively to bargain. Our existence, hence we've got the police union in Swaziland, in Lesotho. We are engaging. Well, Botswana is a little bit hard nut to crack, but we are engaging with Vupeu, or through Vupeu, for such an arrangement. Now, we have been an affiliate of WAF2 since 2012 to date. World Federation of Trade Unions, which we took a conscious decision to belong to. Organizational capacity, POPCRU remains the organization that takes into cognizance workers' interests. You see now. Workers' interests above all else. Hence, it holds even events to stay true to its mandate of setting rules and guidelines which dictate the manner in which the organization works, conduct itself, and make use of available resources in its control. Training and development is part of capacity. We should emphasize, we spoke about political schools and other training issues. Now, improved communication, accountability, and all those things, they are of critical importance in the machinery of the organization. I think I'm almost done, President. Measures to safeguard the organizational values, making reference from what we've said earlier, unity and cohesion. It is important that POPCRU's core values, organizational culture in its character, should be preserved at all times. Otherwise, we will lose direction. As directed by the CEC in 2017, it made reference to other organizations which are facing serious challenges in this regard. Now, today, leadership succession is divisive and threatens the unity and cohesion of organizations, which we should never fall into that trap. We should never fall into that trap. Issues of leadership should not be discussed in dark corners, including pubs and brought up into constitutional structures. Factionalism, which obviously deals with that, or is the cause or leads to that. So in all levels of our structures, it must not be allowed that anybody entrench and ingrain themselves in an action that will threaten or intimidate the unity and cohesion of the organization. We should guard against such tendencies that have the potential to become persistent and widespread, that they in fact represent a shadow culture or parallel culture which coexists along POPCRU's own organizational culture. Who are we? Our veterans. That's when, well, there was a discussion. This can be enriched in the commission, the role of veterans, who must be disciplined, not to see themselves as above the organization. Come now to technology. A POPCRU member remains and must be a priority. Amanda! Amanda! Thank you, President.
1, 2. Well done.
We are back in studio right at the pinnacle of our day after the Secretary General's address. In studio, we have a very, very special guest. We have Pastor Gregory Rockman, who is the founder of this union. Sir, it is an honor. How are you doing?
Thank you, sir. I am doing very well. I feel blessed to be here. And I can only just praise the Lord.
Amen.
For the moment that we are 30 years old today. A moment that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. But what the Lord have done is merciful and gracious unto us.
Amen. Speaking of 30, Christ started his ministry at 30. And today, POPCRU celebrates its 30th anniversary. And as a founder, I mean, any parent is happy to see growth and see the child growing and to see the child doing well. How does it feel for you? What does this moment mean to you?
This moment is a very spiritual, emotional moment. And as you correctly say, that Jesus started his ministry at the age of 30. And many people don't realize that he just had 3 years after that before he was crucified. Because in those days it was like when you're younger than 30, you were not allowed to minister. But if I come back to our situation here, you know, God gave me an assignment on 6 September 1989, 4 o'clock in the morning. And he said to me, son, who are you? Identify yourself to me. And I said, Lord, I'm your son, and I want to serve you. And he brought the scripture to me of the fisherman next to the sea, and he said, follow me and I'll make you fishers of men. And at that moment I realized that, but the Lord is calling me to have a covenant with him. And I said, Lord, I'm your son, but I'm also giving back all my earthly possessions unto the earth so that I can have a true covenant with you. not knowing what the Lord had in store for me. So therefore, it's a moment, the first thing that I have to do is to honor God.
Yes.
And to praise Him, to give Him all the glory. The second thing is to say, I am humbled by the fact that I was called into the working class struggle to fight for our people, black people in particular, you know, which were the majority oppressed people, which consisted, you know, of colored, Indian, and African people. Because black is not a color for us.
Yes, sir.
Black was the oppressed masses. And therefore, to contribute in a small way is for me very significant, and a moment that sometimes when I think of it, I cry. Because God gave me that opportunity. He took an ordinary young man. I come from a working class family. My father was a machinist. My mother was a factory worker. We grew up very humbly. When I found myself to realize who I am, I was living in a shack with my parents. And many people don't know it. And then I said, Lord, thank you that your word have come true, that you take ordinary people and make them to do extraordinary things.
Sure.
And I want to say to people listening today, you can also do it. But you must be open to sacrifice yourself and be unselfish. For when you are called into serving the people of God, you cannot place conditions. Because the moment you place conditions, you've lost it already. And therefore I went in there unselfishly, unconditionally. If I look, there was many snipings on my life by this security branch. But the Lord of all lords.
Security, sir, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off a lot just for time. Speaking of security, you spoke about your encounter in 1989 and the vision and the mandate that you had for the people, or for the people of God, as you say. And we've seen that every time God calls great men, there's always trials and tribulations to follow. I mean, he would call you, would call Israel and say, I want to lead you to a promised land, land flowing with milk and honey. But he didn't tell them about the Red Sea. He didn't tell them about the three kings. He didn't tell them about the giants. I mean, he always does that. He calls Moses, but he didn't tell them about the oppression that it faced concerning Pharaoh. So even Joseph had a vision at a young age, as a young man who was called out. He saw a dream, he had a dream, but God did not show him the pit. He did not show him the prison. Same with David. So what were some of the injustices or tribulations that you faced in pursuing or wanting to go after the vocation or the mandate that was laid upon your heart?
For me, what was critical at that time was, as black people, we were not seen as human beings. We were seen by white people as subhuman beings. And they even divided the black people amongst themselves to make colored people to believe they're better than Africans. Same with Indians, you know. And those are the kind of things that, if you look at the terminology, because there's no such thing as a colored person. Because you know what it means? It means you're a remnant, you're off-cut of something. And that's not what our people are. We're Khoi people. We're sand people, you know. And the regime made us to believe that we're nothing. And also that we elevated above other black people.
Yes.
And that's the injustice. But in the departments that we were serving.
Which department is this to be
I served in the police department as a lieutenant.
Wow.
And at that age, I was 22 and a half years old when I became a lieutenant. And during that time, it was unheard of for a black person to become at that very young age. But because of my qualifications, because of my, you know, intellectual ability, they couldn't keep me down. Now, the thing is that if we look at why in this struggle, you know, in terms of black people, we were just numbers in the police and in correctional service. You were not seen as a human being.
Yes.
I'll give you an example. As a black cop, when I went to the training college, I was told you cannot arrest a white person.
Wow.
You must follow that person, call the station, and a white man must come and arrest a white man.
That must have been like a big conflict, because your belief says there's no partiality with man.
Yes.
And now you upholding a justice system which says there is partiality with man, and this man or this race is superior to this race. So now having this vision and now wanting to uphold and pursue it, what was some of the treatment or that you received? Or maybe you could say, I was ostracized at work, I was arrested, or what are some of the things that you enjoyed?
You know, sir, I was a student activist in 1976. I was at school. Those days, you know, it wasn't grades, it was standards. I was in standard 9. And I used to host out the teachers and the young, you know, students out of the school. I was just fortunate not to have been arrested. And the conflict came, and God brought the conflict for me. I decided that I want to join Umkhonto weSizwe. And I never wrote my standard 9 exams. But less did I know that in 1977, the Lord will give me an encounter with Him. Now, our places were plagued by gangsterism. And here was a group of gangsters standing at a corner, and I was walking towards the corner. And a police van stopped. And a young police officer, neatly dressed in a uniform, everything was shining, you know, the shoes were shining, everything, very neat and tidy. He's alone. And he walks up to those criminals, and he pointed at them and he spoke to them, and the next minute they started running. And the Lord said to me, I want to give you this power and authority to serve my people. Because I wanted to be a teacher. And the Lord changed my life there. And 3 months later, I found myself applying to become a cop. Now, when I was inside, now I was so naive. Listen what I'm saying. I was so naive. I thought that when you enter and be a part of the regime, they'll treat you differently. They treated us worse inside than our own people outside. And then I realized, but why am I here? This is not my space. But the Lord kept on saying to me, don't forget what I told you.
Yeah.
I've called you here to serve my people. Not knowing how my life will turn out.
Yes.
Now, if I look, the uphill battle that I had inside of the police, I was one day in the police, and the second day I was called by a white captain, you know, with that blue eyes that pierce through you, you know, and the mustache that is red. And he called me, he said to me, why were you not at the station lecture yesterday? I said, what is that? I don't know what is a station lecture. He says to me, and then you're still stupid also. And I said, but what are you saying to me? And he says to me, you either sign here this written warning or you are out by the door. Now those days, the officer could just sign a paper and you are dismissed. And then I realized, but I'm up against a regime that's very vicious.
Yes, sir.
And it was my only written warning I ever had in the police. Because then the Lord made me to become smarter, you know. And then that kind of inner fight that I had inside was constantly. Because you now are being taught at the college, but you know, you cannot arrest white people. You're subhuman. You're not good enough. But then the Lord gave me an opportunity, you know, in 1989. When I had another encounter with Him, you know, and He says to me, but follow me and I'll make you fishers of men.
Fishers of men.
And I gave up all my worldly possessions. And the Lord filled me that morning with the Holy Spirit. You know, my hair was short as it is now. But that morning I saw in the mirror long hair and electrical shocks going through my body that made me as strong as a lion. And then as I went on to this journey, He says, protect my people. Speak out against the injustices. And that motivated me to then become even more bolder and more bolder. And as I was going on, now what happened in 1989, in the 1st of August in 1989, there was a state of emergency. Because on the 6th of September was the election of Mr. de Klerk. So they declared a state of emergency. But also the mass democratic movements, they then declared, you know, what we call a defiance campaign from the 1st of August. And no march was allowed. If there's more than 2 people walking together, they would arrest you because they will see that as a crowd, you know. And as that thing went on, I then started to witness in my own police jurisdiction area in Mitchell's Plain. Students tried to march. And as I went first up to them, I spoke to them and I said to them, but please, there's a state of emergency. You know, I'm going to give you 20 minutes to go back into your schoolyard. But as I was talking to them, the riot unit was behind me and all white. And the officers that was with me, they called me and they said, Lieutenant, these guys, they want to disperse this crowd. I said, I am in charge here, and they can't do it. And so I spoke to them, and then as I said to the students to go back into the schoolyard, not knowing that around the corner were the Caspers, you know, we call them those days the yellow mallows.
Yes.
They blocked off the schoolyard, not for the kids to go back, you know, and they started to beat up those kids. Now those things that I couldn't take it.
Now, when you look at this fast forward, time machine 30 years later,
yes,
there's a passage that says, write the vision, make it clear upon tablets, that he who reads it may run with it.
Yes.
Though it tarries, but surely it shall come to pass.
Yes.
So having that vision, looking at it 30 years from now, is it everything that you thought it would be?
God surprised me many a times along the way. I've never foreseen that we will be today this giant of an organization. I will be lying to you if I say yes. For you know, when you trust God, you don't look for big things. You look and you do it by faith, you know. And the working class struggle was a struggle, you know, that we needed to unite our people around the common vision. Because for me, it's one of those type of things when I look back. I said last year at the CEC, and my tears was rolling, and I stood in a corner and I said, quietly, I spoke to God. I said, thank you, Father, that you have been so merciful to me. You gave me the wisdom, you gave me the understanding and the revelation of how you want me to deal with this process, you know. And therefore I cannot speak more and more and not enough about God. But I want to get to the workers' struggle, you know, because if I look at the working class struggle at the time, you know, the ANC was banned.
Yes.
All progressive structures was banned. The UDF was banned. And then, but the struggle, you know, made us, our comrades, clever. They then formed the Mass Democratic Movement, the MDM, you know. Same thing, but another name, you know. And if I look at that, I then said to myself, because of my own experiences that I had in the police as a young boy, where I wanted to go and play on a beach. And my father was saying to me, but you can't play there, I'm in a hurry. Only to find out when I was now understanding what is our situation in the country, but he was going to be arrested if he allowed me to play with the white kids. Now a child doesn't know what is black and white, you know. And those kind of things inside of you, and you see every day how poor is our people, how black people are being dehumanized, how we were seen as a number in the Department of Correctionals and police, and you were just disregarded, you know, in terms of your skill and your ability.
Yes.
I then said to, you know, as the Lord was speaking, I said to myself, but if God is speaking to me, I need to start listening and become obedient. And I became obedient, and I said, well, Father, I'm here now, and I will take on the regime, and I need your protection.
Speaking of obedience, I'm sorry, just because of time.
Yes.
Speaking of obedience, we're still in the time machine.
Yes.
30 years from now,
Yeah.
where would you like to see the organization? And what would be your advice, maybe to the forefront runners, the people who you've passed the baton on to and who are running with the mantle for the vision? What would your closing words be?
I think, allow me to say the following before I get there, you know, because I think it's critical that we capture the gist of it. You see, the police at that time and the regime, we lived in an apartheid state where nobody could go against the regime. And we as police officers, we were not allowed to form any trade union or belong to it. If you've just worn a t-shirt or an emblem of the police, of a union, you would have been summarily dismissed and arrested, because they would have classified it as high treason, against the state, you know, that you've now turned your back on the state. Now, we need to understand that seriousness of it, you know. And therefore, you know, if I then come back to what your question is, at that time the state was brutal. It was only black people that were maimed and killed and beaten up, you know. Remember also with the segregation, when the segregation started in 1961, they took black people out of white areas and placed them far away from places, of the economic center. And you know how they did it? You had 1 or 2 entrances, so that if black people were coming in uprise against the state, they can be quickly cut off. Now, in that kind of context, if I look back to, and I fast forward to today, I say, what I'm seeing still currently today, what the ANC is doing wrong, and I'm a member of the ANC, and we need to be critical of our organization. We cannot extend the apartheid suburbs where they've placed us as black people, and we think we're doing well. We need to have a new spatial development plan in which we bring all of society like we used to be before 1961. My parents used to stay in South End in Port Elizabeth, and they were chucked out there, and it was then rezoned as a white area. So was District 6, so was Fordsburg, and all of those areas, where our people were forcefully removed and placed into other areas. So I would like to see, like what we have started to do, where we build into, or build a new city like the president said. Let's build a complete new city where all of us and we all are integrated, and where we live together.
So your final words would be integration, coming together. Well, thank you so much, sir. It's an honor, it's a blessing to have you here. I mean, as the founding father of the union, having come such a long way. And I love the motto that says, liberating our country through our labor force. Thank you so much for being with us,
Let
sir.
me just say, just before you cut, wait, let me just say,
All right.
I want to give a word to POPCRU, because I think it's my organization and I'm very disciplined and loyal to it.
Yes, indeed.
I want to thank the current leadership that have brought POPCRU after I've given it over and handed it over to them for where they've brought the union. But I think there's still much more that we can achieve. We haven't transformed the police service the way we should transform it. The police service should be a community police service, where your heart goes out for your people when they come into, the charge office. They call it something else now, but the charge office as we know it, where your heart goes out and you give people the respect that they deserve. People must feel safe in our presence.
Yes.
People must feel safe when we come. People mustn't think if I make a case today, tomorrow the criminals will be fed with the information that I've given them. So we need to have the integrity that, that people can trust us. The second thing is that we need to do in the prison. In the prison, we must be able to rehabilitate our people. We cannot have a prison service where people think they're going on holiday. That's why they call the Johannesburg prison Sun City. Where have you heard that in your life? And because what we need to do is what our president said this morning. They need to be able to be placed into work, that they are able to build state property, they're able to build, make furniture. They used to do it, to make furniture for the state, maintain the state buildings, maintain, even we can utilize them, in other forms also of state, infrastructure, because the skill is there.
Yes,
because why do we skill them? That prisoners get free education.
Yes.
Long before black students got free education. And I'm saying those are the kind of things that we can do, in terms of rehabilitation. But you cannot take an uneducated police officer or an uneducated warder and say to them, go and rehabilitate people, but you did not equip them. Yes. So we need to start with ourselves, like the president said, put people there with the knowledge, with the skills and the right qualifications. And therefore, I want to wish POPCRU well, and I say, you've done well for 30 years. But now you need to go exceedingly and abundantly above the expectation of what our communities are having. We have a civil rights part in our union. And I brought that in very specifically, because we were the transgressors of the civil liberties of our people. And for this next 30 years, I want to see POPCRU more involved in uplifting our communities, educating them about their rights, educating them about how they can go about in the legal system in terms of that, and to play a far greater role even in the curriculum of training of the police officer as well as the prison officer. And I say to them, you've done well, and God will bless you over this next 30 years. For even if I'm no more here, I will watch as an ancestor, as an angel over you, so that the Lord continue to protect this organization.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the blessings. Your legacy will echo out throughout the ages. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, because of time, we'll have to cross back to the conference. Thank you. That was Pastor Gregory Rockman, the founder of POPCRU. Thank you, sir.
Round of applause for the pastor. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
And the areas that are covered in the report is the developments post the 8th National Congress, the functioning of the organization in between the congresses, between then and now, the operations of the Central Executive Committee, of the National Executive Committee, and all subcommittees, including the other activities that we have taken. Then, including the part of the provincial reports. Oh, technology. For IR is not assisting me. Yeah, it's a threat. It's a threat to. Okay, the development since the 8th National Congress, which the Congress itself set a tone to consolidate the organizational discipline, union democracy within its structures, and called for maximum discipline despite the challenges experienced, obviously. And it emerged out of that Congress and as being able to build itself in a maintained its unique character, which we spoke about earlier. Now, functioning of the, continues. Taking cue from that preamble, the structures of the organization are fully functional and effective at all levels. The stability, which is informed by the consistent functioning of the two very important structures, the NEC and its substructures, the CEC. So these important two structures were able to deal with the political and administrative work of the organization from 2015 to date. So nothing was insurmountable within organizationally. Those two structures were able to deal with that part. Okay. Yo. Okay. The NEC, extended NEC in 2015, which was after the Congress, dealt with the assessment of the Congress, consolidation of the program of action, and dealt with key resolutions that needed to be taken forward. Immediately thereafter, we conducted or we convened a national induction workshop, the first of its own kind, in 2016, where we brought all local structures nationally for induction, the newly elected leaders for induction. And it was quite comprehensive, which means it should be a standing policy position that we proceed immediately after the newly inaugurated office bearers. There should be those workshops that should be held nationally. Now, the CEC in 2016 dealt with the issue of building the decision or the resolution that was taken organizationally in 2011, went through all the structures of building the South African Communist Party, which was a revolutionary decision to discharge, and that has since been achieved. POPCRU's revolutionary responsibility in participating fully in the 2016 challenging not only elections, but challenging local government elections in 2016. Again, it reflects the 54th National Congress, all those processes that unfolded until Nasrec, dealt with the replacement of the former Deputy General Secretary and the filling of those subsequently vacant positions as they emerged. Now, the 2017 CEC dealt with the release of the former president. Where is he? I saw him earlier. Emmanuel Mabida. Emmanuel Mabida. Ageko. You know, ubalekile because I was going to make a presentation, and because he has always been taking chances about being Nkosinathi. And now, among all those who took chances of calling themselves Nkosinathi, bahambile. They are all gone. Yeah? Not in Tleko. Oh, no, not in Tetra then. Not in Tleko. Not Mabida. Kukhona omunye ogologolozayo la kwaZulu Natal. Umfana kaMthembu. Awuyena uNkosinathi mfana. uNkosinathi uyedwa nje. Yilo okhulumayo. Okay. Well, that CEC dealt with the release of the former first deputy president, when we all know what he requested that he be released because of due to ill health. Then the NECs, we had a number of NECs from 2015 until now. Yeah, no. The technology is not doing good for me. Okay, in 2016 meetings, there were endorsement of land acquiring the college. We established the college. Now, to put it in place, you needed obviously infrastructure. We're going Virginia or Kwakwa or the other side, but ultimately it's in Virginia. It's now final. It's that process of construction is underway. So approval for to implement a new model of subscription, which we still have now to finalize the final membership model or subscription model. The 2017, these sittings were convened at the time when the country was experiencing serious political dynamics. The NEC were clear in its deliberations about where we should go, which direction we should take within those political dynamics that we found ourselves in as a country, and now what should we be saying at the level of the federation where we are participating, dealing with political issues We had an issue, you know, some would be surprised that the issue of a T-shirt, you know, distribution of T-shirt can be mentioned in such an event, the Congress. POPCRU in 2004, yeah, 2004, in East London, took a decision of buying one T-shirt for each member. And it has been a challenge to implement that decision, not because of unwillingness, but because of issues, well, the demands that the organization, or the priorities that the organization was prioritizing other than the T-shirts. And that, obviously, the membership was always reminding us that, no, you had this decision. You had this decision. Why don't you implement? But ultimately, it was implemented. We had to go all out and ensure that it is implemented. And it is now done to its finality. Now, the NECs during this year, it made an assessment of the 6 national general elections, which is covered broadly in the political report. We'll deal with that one later. Then all the function, I mean the subcommittees of the National Executive Committee did function, which is your Secretariat Forum, the Chairperson's Forum. Well, due to obviously the political activities that took place, didn't have an opportunity to convene a meeting. However, the administrative machinery was functioning well because the NEC would come to get positions or reports from various structures. That would be the Chairperson's Forum. The FinCom met as was expected constitutionally and made specific recommendations to the NEC. We had a National Gender Forum as well. It was sitting as expected, dealing with those issues, the issues of gender, and making specific recommendations. So will be your NETCOM, National Education Committee, had a number of sittings as expected, dealing with issues of training and development, both of the staff and the general membership, or the leadership and so on. So it was a meeting as expected. And in 2018, we had a policy conference which deliberated on a number of policy positions, some of which is all of them from that policy conference to be dealt with by this conference for final determination, which was in March this year. Okay, that's the political schools. It talks to the political schools that we had. We convened about how many? About 3 since 2010. One in 2010, one in 2013, and the other one in 2016. As I said earlier, during the organizational renewal, if we had resources, we need to conduct it annually. Political schools, we need them annually. Then we went on a strat plan. We have a strategic session. Obviously, out of the resolutions taken, Out of everything, then you go to a strat session. We had one, the strat plan, that we developed in 2015, operated from 2014 to until this year, which lapsed this year. Now, we've went through another process for the one which will guide the office bearers for the entire term of office, which outlines all the issues that are entailed in a strat plan: organizational description, the vision, mission, the values, the value proposition and mandate, and so on. So we've got a fully fledged strat plan for the next 4 years to guide the organization fully for the full term. Basically, that's the thrust of the report, Mohammed. It's more about the report, how they function, how we fared it since the last Congress to date. Thank you.
Mandla! Yeah. Amanda! GS, give us the political report.
political report. No, this is not the one. Take it. Maybe take Iquincho. Look at zero. Amanda! Thank you, comrades. Amanda! Thank you. The political report. Okay, it starts with the Congress theme. "30 years of working class consciousness, defending workers' rights, and building a self-sustainable union." Exposition of this theme talks to the exposition of the road traveled by POPCRU in terms of dealing with issues affecting the rights of workers over the last 3 decades from a working class perspective. Now, the report covers those areas: the journey traveled by POPCRU, the developments or interrelated political developments, COSATU, various commissions that were convened or were appointed, the synopsis of the national elections, media and racism, and then there's a part that deals with the socio-economic aspects. Now, POPCRU's political journey since 1989, the report touches on horrendous, disgusting and despicable political situation for the black people in South Africa those days. And it touches on the liberation of the liberation struggle against the apartheid system, which says one element that persistently becomes largely visible in South Africa's future its ruthless and extreme historic past. Resistance against apartheid or against colonial occupation was embarked upon by great African warriors. Abu Dungizulu, Kasenza Kakona, Hinsa of the Amaxhosa, Usichele of Botswana, Sikukuni of Bapedi, Ramabulana Makado of Vavenda, Ngungunyani of the Tsonga, Moshweshwe of Basotho, Hendrik van Wyk of the Khoi and many others who undertook that resistance against the colonial occupation. Then later came the South African Native National Congress, which later became the African National Congress since 1912. Then we had the Communist Party of South Africa in 1921, which later, when it was banned and re-emerged from the ground, it came as the South African Communist Party. At the time, it was Congress Party of South Africa, the Communist Party of South Africa, sorry. Then you had the Congress of Democrats, which were more the liberals. Then South African Congress of Trade Unions, and later United Democratic Front. This bloc became what to be known as the Mass Democratic Movement, the MDM structures. It comprised of all these organizations. Then on the other side, obviously, you had the PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress, which was a breakaway from the ANC in 1959. We had AZAPO, which was started in the 70s, in fact, late 60s. The one which was led by Stephen Bantu Biko. Those were the organizations which fought, after those warriors, the organizations fought for the liberation of South Africa. Now, it touches on trade unionism and national liberation of South Africa. The two generations of progressive trade unionists before South African Congress of Trade Unions, which is POPCRU, was established that year, grappled with the dilemma of South African trade unionism, the racial division of the working class within the context of a rapidly expanding or developing industrial capitalism. This organization, POPCRU, which is the predecessor to COSATU today, distinguished itself as the first non-racial trade union coordinating federation tasked with the promotion of common class interest of all workers, regardless of color or race. It has also been in the forefront of the political struggle against the national oppression of all people in South Africa, Africans, Indians, and colors. During this period, veteran trade union leaders were forced to waste their lives either rotting in apartheid prisons, for their involvement and active participation in the struggle for a free and democratic South Africa, devoid of all forms of racial oppression. That was their objective, and they ended up, obviously, in prison. The unions kept the flag of freedom flying and became a symbol of anti-apartheid resistance, whilst the liberation movements were banned at the time. Now, the unity talks, which culminated in the formation of COSATU, or the launch of COSATU in December 1985, bringing together three political traditions or formations, which was the well-organized industrial unions from shop floor tradition, the general unions from the National Democratic tradition, and the National Union of Mine Workers, which broke away from CUSA, Council of South Africa, Council of Unions of South Africa, CUSA. Within this exposition, the political journey of POPCRU is depicted. Meaning out of what is mentioned up there as the background of the trade unionism in South Africa. An activist called John Good, or Gude, and contributor to a magazine called Jacobin, says, in the 1980s, black police officers in South Africa were enforcers of their own subordination. He was, when he was writing, he wrote an article about POPCRU. He said internally, these officers, they were met by low-level positions and lacked collective bargaining rights. And externally, they could not arrest white people, yet had to suppress unrest that threatened to topple the racist Afrikaner government. But they were limited to only dealing with black people. These events directly affected police, prison and traffic officers, both as workers and as a people who had to identify themselves with the struggle for a free and just South Africa. Now, the strong trend towards national identity fortified out of those brutality or unleashed upon them, and underwired by the hostility of white members towards the black members' aspirations developed and grew stronger with time, inhibited growth of non-racial class consciousness. Okay, all those inhibited the growth of non-racial class consciousness. Now the time arrived when these members had to broadcast their normal agenda about their workplace grievances for social change, and they aligned themselves with social movements for racial justice, gender equality, and total liberation of all the oppressed South Africans. By implication, a new era of political consciousness to members within the security environment ushered in. Now, during the late 1980s, leading towards the formation of POPCRU in 1989, unity against the horrible conditions experienced by members within their workplaces took place. A lot of activities took place around this time, which are covered in broadly in the report, about 3, 4, 5 pages covering that. Now, POPCRU's consciousness about the political engagements of POPCRU's existence took place, which resolved that in 1995 it should join the Federation COSATU. And by that time, obviously, there was still skepticism about police officers coming to a progressive trade union movement. And there were a lot of discussions at the Federation level to say, who are these people? But obviously, there were interactions as well politically within the movement. In fact, the first constitution of POPCRU was taken to the former president of the African National Congress, O.R. Tambo, in 1990. It was taken by the former premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Willis Mkhunu. It was given to him by Usidni Mafumadi. The trail, how it went about. Sidni Mafumadi, I'm not sure, Greg, whether you guys gave it to him, but Sidni Mafumadi gave it to Comrade Willis, and he took it to Comrade O.R. And a political decision was taken that the police officers should be supported to fight the system from within. So it's quite historic. Now, when apartheid police wanted to arrest the founding members of POPCRU in the 90s, their first solace and shield was in the Dutch embassy. I think the President has touched that in detail. That's because of that international consciousness. Now, the founding members, first international contact was human rights activist, that Comrade Fons Herleng, who facilitated interactions with police trade union in Netherlands, NPB, Netherlands Politiebond in Netherlands. They were already well organized as a trade union movement. Now, it remained POPCRU's understanding that the trade unions and the workers they represent are part of a transnational system of labor relations from that time already. Now, the philosophy of internationalism had since grown from strength to strength within POPCRU's ideological posture. For that reason, the 2001 project that I spoke about earlier featured in for implementation throughout. Okay, to further occupy the sphere of internationalism, POPCRU engaged or assigned a delegation to Athens in 2012 to meet the leadership of the World Federation of Trade Unions. And this was after participating in the COSATU debates about the Federation's international affiliation. Participation in WAFTU. Okay, no, those discussions were quite tense. In fact, that's part of what brought the fracture within the Federation. Part of it was those discussions. Where should COSATU belong internationally? And that has, well, we're talking about it now. There's a little bit of coherence now that COSATU is affiliated. But the discussions at the time and people who were attached to certain organizations like International Trade Union, what is it? Trade Union Confederation, I took. Yeah, so those were the contradictions. Those were the contradictions. And there are still the contradictions. But I hope now that we are in our senses. We can openly discuss this matter with open minds. Where do we belong ideologically? Where do we belong as the trade union movement, trade union federation? However, then we participated in the WAFTU's Presidential Council, which was hosted here in South Africa, in Johannesburg in 2012. Now, in terms of continuous sharpening of our political consciousness, the 8th National Congress emphasized the importance of political consciousness and its continuous implementation through our structures. We have a challenging task of breathing fresh air into organizational building, political education, and cadre development. Now, a number of political schools were convened nationally and at provincial level, as reported earlier on. Now, the 8th National Congress was convened under this theme, transforming the criminal justice cluster in defense of the working class struggle for advancement of the national democratic revolution. That's the 8th National Congress in 2015. Now, in the context of our revolution, it's always critical to espouse the NDR, extrapolate or simplify it, what it entails. Now, the NDR is a revolutionary process with three interrelated challenges of class, race, and gender. Those are the three interrelated challenges talking to the NDR. Now, the political values, this political value system, the NDR, was linked to the characterization of South Africa as a special type of colonial state, which the Communist Party termed colonialism of a special type, CST, under apartheid. Now, the NDR notion entailed combining resistance to both national oppression and class exploitation, avoiding either a class or race reductionist mode of understanding and strategizing. That is explaining everything either by race or class. From the outset, the objective of the NDR is to overthrow the colonial state in South Africa, was to overthrow the colonial state and establish a united or free, democratic, and non-racial South Africa. That was the main objective of the NDR. Now, firstly, to resolve the national question, which is that of race in South Africa, the ending or the ending racism is the creation of a unitary state and unified country based on non-racialism, which is well articulated in the Freedom Charter, where it says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. That was to deal with racism or the issue of race. Secondly, in revolving the issue of gender question within the tenets of the NDR, it is to resolve the system of patriarchy, which is about male domination over women. It's away with a system of power relations between men and women, which is reinforced by a capitalist production relations and the development of capital itself. Thirdly, when it comes to issue of class, is race, gender, and class. When it comes to class question, to end the exploitation of the working class by capital and creating a working class power, effectively meaning the introduction or the road to the required political system of socialism, which Donald Trump calls it, gave it a derogatory name of something else. But that's what we want to, it should still come, that socialism. We are currently in a mixed economy, which is part of a capitalist system. But if we are to address the class question, which is the exploitation of the working class by capital, we have to create a working class power, which is the road to socialism. Now, this is what gave us the direction and mandate, as mandated by the 8th National Congress. What we should be answering to during this Congress is how far is our class struggle today, and what are we saying, taking tune from the political direction that was given by the 8th National Congress. Now, two CECs, the one in 2017 and 18, made an analogy on the deterioration within the alliance. When we witnessed the relationship disintegration within the alliance, which led to the SACP and during 2017 calling for the former president to step down, followed by COSATU making the same calls. The calls gained momentum in April 2017, ultimately leading to the 2017 conflict-ridden May Day in 2017, with the total collapse of the main rally in Mangaung. The continuing deterioration in support of our movement, the ANC, over several past elections was critically looked at by these two bodies, the CECs in 2017 and 18. And then the precipitous decline across the provinces and in urban as well as rural areas was a sobering indication of a continuing trend in the movement. Now, it was helpful for the CEC to trace as to what led to the ANC's downgrade spiral in during this modern day epoch. And the CEC, it had to trace as to what led to the ANC's downgrade. Now, this was the time when the ANC was leading towards the 54th National Congress in Nasrec at the tail end of 2017. There's a resistance again. Okay, insofar as COSATU is concerned, the Federation, the 13th Congress of COSATU took place at the time when the Federation needed a thorough and serious introspection for its continued survival and to make a meaningful contribution at the organizational and political level. And the Federation had a 2015 strategic document, which was called 2015 Plan, which lapsed in 2015. And at that time, it was a time when an objective analysis of the plan had to be made. But instead of doing that, the Federation faced severe internal political wrangles, one of which is what I said earlier on about international affiliation was a sticky area. And which led to a lot of organizational sparks. The ultimate end of those political internal wrangles was the NUMSA and ZV, Zolinzi Mavavi's dismissal, followed by the formation of the splinter federation. That kind of organizational disjuncture or the federation's state of lacking unity severely weakened the federation to this date, as the president of the COSATU was dealing with what is happening now in terms of revival. We are almost at that level. But the federation was severely dealt a blow during that time. There was again a need for a medium to long-term plan to replace that 2015 plan. The issue of leadership during that Congress was tackled in a way of more engagement at a level of affiliate, and it was agreeable sealed off during the Congress. Now, for the first time in the history of COSATU inception, it was able to elect and be led by a woman, which we have seen today. Now, the balance of forces internationally is tackled broadly or in detail in the international report. Now, building COSATU, there's a whole section about building the federation and the working with the civil society. The radical configuration of the alliance, which is still the talk of today. It's still the talk of today, the radical configuration of the alliance. COSATU, during the Central Committee, developed a position paper. The SACP has got a paper about this reconfiguration. What is needed, obviously, is the gelling of these two positions of the left to say one thing in terms of how the alliance should be reconfigured, not to be an election machinery and thereafter you are put at the back seat to go and execute your tasks while others take political offices and political decisions. Now, there were books predicting the COSATU's demise and there is a need to respond, obviously. And those books are still on the shelves of the bookshops. So at the level of the Federation, we definitely need to respond. In writing, we have to write either articles and publish books which should be responding all the figmentation that are contained in those books, literature. It's part of literature now, which is talking it's hogwash, in fact. Now, the synopsis of the 6th national election in South Africa during 2019, which took place on the 8th of May 2019. Now, the 6th national elections took place at a time and environment that saw most South Africans' collective concern about the status of the economy, corruption, and reports about state capture. Preceding the elections, there was a background of panic and hopelessness because of what was going on within our movement, the African National Congress. We witnessed concerted efforts to attack and vilify it, the movement itself, from all quarters, and the attacks increasing as the party was losing its status and legitimacy as a leader of society because of all those issues that have been, be it in parliament, the publications and so on, which were really attacking the movement. Now, if trends, researchers, and the pundits are to be believed, the natural course of events to follow would be to be those who offered adequate policy and practical alternatives during the status quo would have been rewarded, whilst the culprits would have been chastised, meaning during those the past elections, if those commentators were anything to go by. However, the old voting habits held sway, whilst new fangled trends arose. The most significant of which was that far too many potential voters did not worry about registering to vote, or when they did, abstained from voting. Now, as per the IEC report, about over 235,000 voters spoiled their votes at the voting cubicle, meaning it was deliberate, that they did not, having gone there, but they were so discouraged that they spoiled their votes in one way or another. Now, in addition, and despite the population pyramid in South Africa, 57 million where we stand, it was mainly the young who were the most disengaged in terms of the electoral processes, the young ones. The net effect is a climate where people are losing or have lost hope. We make now an analogy of the political parties that took part in the elections, how proficiently or despondently they performed in the polls, and what it means for the electorate and the country at large. Starting with the African National Congress, it retained its position of power in the country with a reduced majority from above 62% down to 57.5%, but sucked the life out of its traditional support. the support it has enjoyed since the advent of the waning in of democracy. While this is not more than 60% it used to have, it used to enjoy in previous elections, the victory marked a partial turnaround from the low point performance in the 2016 local government elections, where it deteriorated to 53 or 54%. Gauten's results mirrored the solemnity of the ANC's predicament at the moment. Were there to emerge a credible opposition in Gauteng, an attractive one, the ANC's hold to power and lead would have ended in Gauteng. As they were counting, you could see it was 49, 50, 49, 50, 60, and so on and so on. No, not 60, but it was just 49, 50, 49, 47, 48, was back to 50, and, well, ultimately, just about 50%. Now, the party also retained its hold on 8 of the country's provinces, although with reduced majority, experiencing biggest drop in this province, 10% decrease to its lowest retreat over a decade. The election in this once sure thing province, it was a for sure, that was a great deal tighter than the ANC would have liked. However, the party still maintained an outright control of the province. In overall, the electorate had sent a clear and unambiguous message to the movement that don't take support for granted. Don't take support for granted. It is not owned, that support. So we may further make analogy later about, in the report, there's a full report about the blunders that was made by the ANC at the policy level, at the formulation of policy, even before ascending power in 1994. The DA, taking break. Okay, DA is in. Oh man, there's an issue here. It's in the middle. That's what I'm doing. Oh, this is rebellion. Can you do it manually? Go to the previous slides. Okay. No. This is the one before that. The one before this one. Yeah. No. Another one. Yeah. Thank you. That one. The Democratic Alliance, the DA also saw its national support dwindling, with smaller number of voters balloting for it during these polls than how it improved in 2009. Its national electoral support dropped from 22% in 2014 to 20% during these elections. Despite the drop in votes, it's still the official opposition in the National Assembly, but lost its official opposition in this province, in Limpopo and in Northwest. It has failed to overthrow the ANC, as they were claiming to do in the Northern Cape and Gauteng, as it promised the public. More importantly, it failed to retain its 60% majority in the Western Cape. By any measure, these are not only substantial but spectacular disappointments which call for an overhaul of many aspects in that party. Its vision, from vision and policy to the party conduct in the eyes of the electorate. Now, what are the reasons for the downgrade? Professor Makgoba wrote a big piece in one of the newspapers. He said, most South Africans still see the DA as a party for white privilege, as closest racists hiding under the coating of liberalism. Examples are comments by Kola Batnat in the Facebook where he was praising the former president, the Groot Krokodil, P.W. Botha, Zile's tweets, treatment of Mazibuga Tilil and now lately Musima Iman. It is generally seen as a political party of the past white supremacist colonial ideology, which sensibly picks black people to oblige and facade white interests rather than the interests of the majority. It's not me saying it, it's not us, it is what the professor have said, my man, in making an analogy, and he made it public. Now, DA's internal crisis is attributed to how it was established, its origin. It was never meant to represent all South Africans. The DA was never meant to represent all South Africans. Looking for more support base, they went to hunt the minority, which is the Indians and the colors. But I think, am I on the right slide here? Yeah, should have started here. Oh, I'm done. Yes. Okay. Looking for more support base, they went, as I said, they went to look for minorities, claiming that the DA was the party for minorities. That was they were preaching. They were preaching for that. Once they had secured that base, they wanted the black majority as the latecomers, or the African majority as latecomers. Now, obvious conclusion, bringing each constituency as a group, there would be a certain deep structural tensions and demands within the party because it did not grow organically or naturally. It was specific on those issues. They wanted minorities, and then when they got them, they went, now, oh, Africans, how do we get all of you? Now, how it was formed, obviously, it was from, well, initially it was the PFP, Helen Suzman, yes, Helen Suzman. Then it was changed to Democratic Party. It was for white English-speaking liberals when it was established. White English-speaking liberals. Very few then decided to have the Afrikaners who were taken from the then New National Party, the defunct New National Party in the main. Now the DA is a political abattoir for black leaders, parachuting them into leadership only to reject them when they wanted to be independent. And that's what we have just seen with the two, Mazibugo and Musima Iman. It denies the issue of identity. It has microwaved young leaders before they were even ready for positions. Once they stand believing they really are in control, then it becomes a political abattoir where they are fattened, lined up, and slaughtered. That's what we have just witnessed. It's not us saying, we have just witnessed, Comrade Soge. We've just witnessed that. Now, out of the 2019 polls, the net winners were this is not their beret, eh? This beret does not represent those. These are the economically frustrated fools. So they just took the red beret. This comes from the Congress movement. It's not theirs. They can't claim it. So, okay, but they were the the beneficiaries, and the IFP and the racist Freedom Front. Freedom Front Plus. Now, the growth of the EFF is elevated to the official opposition in Mpumalanga, in Northwest and Limpopo. Now, does this mean that it is the next ruler of South Africa, or they are gaining momentum out of their populist stance, which appeases the electorate because they tell the electorate what they want to hear? That their claim to have created a mass working class political party based on clear socialist programs is what they are claiming. That's what they are claiming. Now, its demands for nationalization, restructuring of the country's wealth, and creation of jobs gain substantial reverberation, especially from the youth. But is it what they mean? Or they mean the mines must be nationalized because they must be shareholders in those mines? Because that's what they've been advocating for when they were in the ANC Youth League, but not for genuine nationalization. It is this desire that means a section of society willing to overlook the shortcomings of a leader such as Julius and devote their optimism and vigor in this party. For the angry and conscious electorate, voting for the EFF is seen as a way to punish the ANC and behind them the capitalist system they defend. Now, the electoral process witnessed by the EFF in 2011 was assisted by the ANC structures they inherited from the Youth League, made use of influences to the net black elite that the EFF leaders, yes, inside the ANC have provided. That's where the cooped majority of their electorate. Now, this has given them the resources to capture some of the enormous potential for an alternative to the left of the ANC and to turn it into a membership structures and electoral support which they claimed in the last elections. Usually, left populism has a progressive attractiveness because it uses a dividing line that primarily economic, making an appeal to the poor against the wealthy elite. Now, ringing the bells about Freedom Charter as they do allows them to make an appeal to black people, regardless of class, using the left economic demands of nationalization and land expropriation without compensation. Although appearing to make the right noises and offer sound propositions, voters denied the party that 15%. They didn't get it. Was it a case of dislike, distrust, or just a low turnout? EFF's empty rhetoric, demagogic posturing and platitudes about ending corruption and so-called creation of jobs supplanted or ousted anything approaching a coherent agenda for the future. Without doubt, though, what they say in podiums or in public is certainly not what they mean in reality. the leadership's lifestyle speaks loud about what they stand for, the leadership's lifestyle. When Julius Malema was leading the Youth League, he amassed a fortune as the original tenderpreneur, leading to face charges of fraud, corruption, racketeering, and money laundering. In fact, he brought down the government of Limpopo. He bought a 3 million house in Sandton, demolished it, and was to build it for 6 million. The Mazotti scandal, where Mazotti paid his legal fees, or he paid tax issues when he was facing the tax man at that time, and it was said he's staying in his house. The media exposed him and Floyd, Julius and Floyd, looting of the VBS, which bank was established for the poor, and they robbed it into insolvency. But they preach something else. Asizwa bakaphinda ngene, umntwana akaphinda ngene. Inkatha Freedom Party. Whilst the commentators anticipated an improved backing for the EFF, the IFP astonished many when it made a comeback, particularly in this province, in terms of numbers. Now, making a bit of its background, in 1992, the IFP participated in the so-called Concerned South African groups. You remember that that group of Bo Manyane Mangope, Oupa Kozo, all those homeland leaders. They formed that thing called COSAC. That was declared to be a right-wing group which included Afrikaner Volksfront. And then in 1994, the IFP made a request for an autonomous KZN, and is seen as a national cultural liberation movement in which popular mobilization was based on a claim for a unified Zulu ethnicity. This was strongly grasped when the IFP, originally, when the IFP limited its membership to Zulu-speaking people only. It only opened up when it wanted membership in the hostels in Johannesburg or in Gauteng, the then Transvaal. Then the 2004 electoral performance of the IFP is linked to its ideological shift from that of being of a unified Zulu ethnicity, obviously, to a little bit opening to something. Now the resurrection and revival of the IFP in this province might in some ways seem inexplicable. However, its successes makes more sense taking cognizance of the almost total collapse of the Freedom Party, or National Freedom Party, which was a breakaway from the IFP, which dropped around huge percentage, almost exactly the same majority that was gained by the IFP. Now, the 2004 election saw the IFP lose its 30 years of dominance in this province, and the party's support base in the rural Zulu communities, and it is less able to use the traditional leadership and coercive tactics of the old to gain popular support across the country, because it will not work. Now, despite its conservative liberal approach targeted to previously gain voters, the party is still overwhelmingly traditionalist in its leadership, operating in a yes-man kind of a political climate. Now, the Freedom Front, the Freedom Front, where does it come from? The end of apartheid in 1994 left a gaping hole of inadequacy and insecurity in the hearts and minds of Afrikaners, most of whom up until then had enjoyed preferential treatment as first-class citizens of South Africa. And so an upswell of Afrikaner nationalism perpetuated by right-wing organizations sought to fill that gap with exclusionary ideologies aimed at protecting the interests of white South Africans and white supremacy. Then the Freedom Front was established in 1993, led by that retired soldier, Constant Viljoen. Yeah? He led that movement. Then he created Freedom Front to ensure right-wing participation in the 1994 election. The FF, Freedom Front, emerged out of an umbrella of Afrikaner Volksfront, which was a conservative association of 21 right-wing formations with an objective of uniting and mobilizing the right-wing movements to pursue Afrikaner self-determination. You remember that Volksstaat, those demands of Volksstaat and so on. Then there are smaller parties, political parties, and then the processes that led to the election of the president, the inauguration and appointment of cabinet, fully outlined in the report. We covered the media and the wicked reporting. Now that media can be bribed, it can say things that are not ethical and professional. This issue, we cover racism in detail, the inequality, and the gender-based violence in those pages, 44 to 53, and so on. Now, the socio-economic section covers the effects, that's what I said earlier on, the effects of the ANC policies in transforming the society, neoliberalism and its effect, the ANC's approach to the new dispensation, brief background of the RDP and how it was abandoned. That was an economic document which was supposed to be enhanced into government and address the inequalities and those previous injustices, but it was abandoned. Then there was an emergence of GEAR. Then, and in compiling this document, the GEAR, the direct role of the IMF and the World Bank in developing the ANC's economic policies. Then we saw the emergence of the National Development Plan. However, it did not emerge from the ANC. The NDP may be progressive in some aspects of it, but it was not drafted by the ANC. It came out of government and tailed into the ANC in 2012. That's why even the economic section of that document is still a matter of contradiction or a bone of contention within the alliance. Now, the effects of neoliberalism with particular focus on South Africa, similar examples of neoliberalism and changes made in some of the countries like Zambia, Cuba, Tanzania, and so on. Then we make some general inference in those. Now, with all what has been said, what needs to happen moving forward? At the present moment, South Africa can, in fact, deliver on many of its functions on its own without privatization and outsourcing agenda, if its productive capacity and strategy discipline were not hollowed out by tenderization, because that's where all the resources are going. Tenderization. Tenders are used to enrich a few individuals in the name of everybody, particularly the abused black people. Ironically, it's the black people in general who are ruthlessly exploited by these tenders. Further, while the mineral resources of our country have been restored to the ownership of the people as a whole, with the state acting as a custodian, the reality is that this is undermined in many ways. The state's custodian in our mineral wealth, it's more centered on issuing of many licenses to privately owned companies, and then the money flows out. The policy choices adopted by the ANC pre and post democracy were contrary to the promises they made to the masses, obviously. For things to change for a better, the tactic and content of formulating the macroeconomic policies has to change. Let us therefore be prepared to look at the facts with open minds. Let's accumulate an arsenal of ideas from which we can draw our weapons to forge the path for South Africa's development. There are other issues of the national health insurance, education, poverty, and which some have been touched in great detail by the President's speech. And this is what the office bearer said I must say to the Congress. Amandla! Amandla! Thank you very much.
Welcome back right here in studio, and sitting with me is Uputi Thokozani Mlambo. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, thanks.
I'm great. Now, as the member of the POPCRU trade union, how are you guys making sure that the rights of the officials are being met?
Yeah, well, it can be in many forms.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is that we as POPCRU have made so many gains in terms of shaping the country to where the country is. And then, of course, being able to get a legislature in place, your basic conditions of employment, the LRA, but more importantly, the LRA makes provision for us to establish bargaining councils. And with us having established bargaining councils, we are able to sign collective agreements which are meant to make our working conditions better. And that is the most important thing that we do as a POPCRU in making sure that all of our workers are represented and well represented.
Seeing that this is the 9th National Congress, how has it evolved over the years? How has it improved, and what are you hoping to improve going forward?
The important part, firstly, is that for me personally, this is my third. Having been in the service, SAPS, that is, I'm working for the SAPS. I've been in SAPS for the period of 15 years. And in the 15 years, I've attended 2 previous national congresses of POPCRU, and this being my third. And obviously, yes, it has evolved. We're in Mangaung in 2011, different setup. We were in a town or university hall. Lunch was being served in a tent. The next one, which was in 2015, was right here at the ICC. State of the art. The performance, the live performance of the artists that were there. And of course, the most important thing and the fundamental thing were the deliberations that the 2015 National Congress had, which shaped a POPCRU for collective agreements that we signed thereafter moving forward. So I think I've seen progress. But when you talk about hope, there'll always be something that we hope for. And I think that is the reason why we still stay resolute in remaining loyal, firstly, to POPCRU and keeping our trust in the leadership of POPCRU. That POPCRU is the only organization out there that can represent the traffic officers, the warders, as well as the police officials. Moreover, the background in which POPCRU comes from will always, even though we might be 30 years today, but in the next 30 years, how we were formulated and how POPCRU was made will always require us, which is really move. Though things are changing as time goes. So our hope is that the leadership will take us forward and continue to make better working conditions for the workers. We are targets of the public as public servants.
And earlier on, you also mentioned that people are getting more involved and they have to go back and present what they have gained from this Congress. Can you please elaborate a little bit more on that?
We are not on holiday here.
No.
We anticipate that each and every person who's a delegate here is representing a station, a unit, a prison, or any of the workplace where we come from. So if we're Gunjalo, then the important thing is that every person must be in the Congress other than outside of the Congress, so that you can get as many information as possible. But that's not just only for that. Remember, we'll break into commissions. So if you miss some presentations inside, you'll have very little to contribute in the commissions. And that is why people rush back as quick as they can so that they can get information.
And there's also a very powerful statement that the president of POPCRU made earlier on. He said, the solution to everything is education, and said, go back to school. What does that mean to you? As cliche as it may sound.
I think you are referring to me. The development
Yes.
in the workplace.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you, and we're going to go back to the Congress. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The black people.
The opportunities were not the same. I mean, the posts that were being created, they were filled by white people. So we couldn't do without you. I mean, it was impossible. I've seen it in the police many times.
The military and the police were part of the state repressive apparatus. And one objective, which is to sustain the apartheid system. So all black people who were employed were expected to become apologists of apartheid system.
And security apparatuses, even if it had black people, some of the black people who served as personnel within that, they were just serving as tools. They were not, their views as to what need to happen, their views when it comes to affecting the policies by then were not taken into consideration.
The legal framework that regulates correctional service at that time.
On March 21, 1960, the apartheid security forces opened fire and shot at people in Sharpeville protesting against carrying of passes. At least 69 people were killed and hundreds injured. The government declared a state of emergency. Key to the government plans was the security cluster, which were tasked with enforcing these laws.
The historical overview of this organization is that prior to its establishment or establishment of unions, there was institutionalized racism which was entrenched within the entire public service, in particular within the security environment, which was tasked to enforce these unjust laws.
The history of South Africa is such that the security industry has played a bigger role when it comes to supporting and perpetuating and sustaining apartheid regime. We all know that apartheid regime affected all sectors of society, the economic, the social, and the political.
An unpoliticized police officer, prison officer, and traffic officer is very dangerous, because that kind of officer has got no conscience. Because what holds that person together is just the paycheck.
We couldn't do the job in the police without the black members, because the black members came from that communities.
Very much present, that was quite apparent, was what was happening within the socio-political sphere, where you had to police the people. You really had to police them so that they do not participate in any kind of political activities. And you really needed a very strong security apparatuses to be able to do that.
It was a history of oppression, actually suppression of black people. And the entire security cluster was actually used as an apparatus or an instrument to suppress black people.
The opportunities were not the same. I mean, the posts that were being created, they were filled by white people. So we couldn't do without you. I mean, it was impossible. I've seen it in the police many times.
The military and the police were part of the state repressive apparatus. So they had one thing and one objective, which is to sustain the apartheid system. So all black people who were employed were expected to become apologists of apartheid system.
And security apparatuses, even if it had black people, some of the black people who served as personnel within that, they were just serving as tools. They were not, their views as to what need to happen, their views when it comes to affecting the policies by then were not taken into consideration.
The
The legal framework that regulates correctional service at that time, police, traffic, and everything was talking to racism.
Members of the police who are black found themselves having to deal with the issue of criminality, but also sustenance of an apartheid ideology and apartheid system. And this is where the black community parted ways with them. And they began sometimes, depending on how they behave, calling them sellouts.
Indeed, some of the police lives were actually at risk when they knocked off. After enforcing apartheid laws during the day, they share the same houses in the townships with their brothers and sisters who they are asked to remove from earning, they are living in urban areas. The system didn't care about those kind of contradictions that emerge for those police when they go back there. It was all about ensuring that the objectives of apartheid system are actually implemented and they are realized.
As blacks and colored people, there was almost a non-promotional policy in place. And the only people that were promoted was those who worked with the system.
If you were black at that time, and you come out of Hammanskraal or Correctional Service College, you knew very well that in terms of law that regulates the department, you were not allowed to arrest a white man. You were not allowed to look after a white prisoner.
At that stage, you could have been in the service and a person with a rank, and a white person without a rank was your senior.
From the offset, I could immediately see there was a difference in the color of uniform of black and white officials at the prison. I also observed that the ranking structure after some time was different, and there was also black officers who called white officers bars.
Some of them was our juniors, but it's because they are white, they was our seniors. Some of them, we teach them how to work in the prison, but they still are or was our seniors.
There were huge salary disparities among various racial groupings, and the black members were in the receiving end or were being the least paid.
These things made us very frustrated. And we started talking about all these things and what happened to our people.
When quite a large number of people who were working within the security apparatuses began to say that, wait a minute, we need our civil liberties to be respected. But beyond our civil liberties being respected as workers, we also need to be in a working environment that reflect our values.
Any system of oppression triggers a resistance. And it is not an accident that you also had that resistance that emerged organically from the people who are oppressed.
I think it was the start of a thing that eventually worked out well. But the reason for that, I must be honest with you, I think was the formation of POPCRU.
In 1989, that was a very decisive year. And what triggered that was that Gregory Rockman, who was at the time based at Mitchells Plain Police Station, he spoke out about police brutality.
There were many times where I had to stop my own colleagues, white unit guys, police guys, from beating up our people, from shooting at our people.
Whereas the police, the correctional services, or the criminal justice system is supposed to protect and serve the people, this one was saving the apartheid government to oppress the historical, or not so much the historical majority, but the black majority of this country.
One Friday evening, I saw a guy on television, it was Gregory Rockman, talking about the brutality of the police assaulting school children. That was the Friday evening. And I thought, but the way this guy is talking, I must try and meet this guy. While I was still thinking on this guy who was speaking on television about the brutality of the police, Lochenberg and Willie and Randall came to me. I was working at the so-called colored training college in Portsmouth, and they were working at the prison. And they came to me, and the four of us had a quick meeting there.
We talk. We say that is the same situation what we go through here in the Department of Correctional Services. Is it not the moment in time now to assist this policeman and also to speak out how we are treated in our own department as because of our color of our skin?
We agreed that from our own experience, Gregory would have been isolated and he would have ended up a lone voice. And our view was that we could not allow that to happen.
And we must really make a special effort, because why this guy is being exposed, and as the brutality of the regime at the time, we should go and see how we can get together and support and protect him, and also see what we can jointly do.
That we should use the momentum and to ride that wave ultimately to get to our own liberation as well, or contribute towards the broader liberation struggle in the country.
And we got together the 6th, the Sunday, us, Gregory, and one or two other police people. There at Gregory's home in the Strand. We got together and we had a serious discussion about the situation in the police and the situation in the correctional services. And after a very long, deep, serious discussion, we got to the conclusion, there's only one way out, we have to stand up.
And there we've agreed to start a union, which ultimately became POPCRU, which stood for the Police and Prison Civil Rights Union.
It's not as straightforward as you would think that's how it happened. As history will tell you and Rockman will tell you, Rockman had his own issues that emanated out of a march in Cape Town, where one of the kids was shot at, and he was in charge of the march. He will tell you that story better than I would. Johnson and the other guys in the prison were confronting an issue for the first time in their lives. There was a first black person to be transferred to Portsmouth, and this is kind of a colored community. They didn't understand that this guy didn't have medical aid that was similar to them. You had a medical aid card. If you're a black member, the medical aid card that you had to do with you. If you were married, then you would have your children, you would have your wife getting an allowance for your wife. I think it was 100 rand or something like that, or 50 rand, something small. But you had, if something happened to you, you would go to a hospital, and whether it was a private hospital, if there were private hospitals for blacks, whatever that was, a privileged kind of life. But you wouldn't take your family with you. It was meant for a black person. When it gets to the colored, they knew that this was meant for entire family. White people, it was a given, as we understood it, because we also didn't have coloreds in the area. But the comrades' sympathy, just around this comrade alone, it reawakened them.
And what was interesting, and even when you look at the history of POPCRU, it was born during the time of the state of emergency, which had been going on for some time.
And you must bear in mind, I was a senior officer. And in the police, there's such a thing as the code of silence. Nobody can define it for you, but everybody knows it's there. You don't speak out against the system, you don't do bad things towards the system, and you don't think that you're bigger than the system. And surely people then, as the apartheid police, they saw me, I'm trying to be bigger than the system. And they were going to teach me a lesson.
This was a defining moment in Gregory Rockman's life, and he had suffered greatly at the hands of the state machinery, but the wheels had been set in motion.
We had to now start to organize and to recruit members. That was not an easy thing to do.
A month after that, there was already 7 women ladies that joined POPCRU. So I think it's because it's what they see, how I tackle the things and for what I stand. And I give them the objectives of POPCRU, and they know, and then they say, no, it's true, because that's also what they are against.
Initially, the union were based in Cape Town. But in terms of growing, we had to move beyond the borders of the Cape. So people, first and foremost, people from the Eastern Cape came to Cape Town. And then we followed them and we established. That was the first place outside Cape Town where we went to.
POPCRU, at its inception, advocated and promoted a human rights culture based on dignity, equality, freedom, and the rights of workers, especially in the security cluster. This made POPCRU a viable option for new members.
There were many black police officers and prison officers that were very conscious. But the prison officers were more conscious than police officers, very much more. They started to phone in left, right, and center. Where they got our numbers, God knows alone, but they got our numbers and they start phoning.
The situation developed in different ways as to each person getting introduced or knowing the union as such. Myself, originally coming from Eastern Free State side of Harrismith, having been in the police as early as 1987, I was able, immediately after the formation of a POPCRU, having seen Gregory Rockman coming on the news 89, 90, and unfortunately I did not have a link to say this is a person I can phone. Mine was to search to say, where can I get hold of these guys? Because the environment or area where I was working was a very serious racist area.
It was the initiative initially.
You good? You wanna?